Please tell me I didn't break anything. Oh, chat, I started stream, my webcam wasn't working. I was scared. Give me a second. I gotta make sure K-Bonk's functioning. Please tell me everything's okay. Please tell me I did not horribly break anything. Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing today? I did forget to turn on the setting real quick. Let me fix that. Chat, Scuff is the name of the game. Y'all know it. But I did warn y'all that I was thinking about doing some DIY today. How do y'all feel about doing some DIY while we yap in chat today? How do y'all feel about that? Welcome on in, folks. Hello. Greetings to Mannequin of Theseus, to Crocodile, Lycan, Truth-Telling Puppet, let's see, Nick's Paradigm, Sunsweet, Gremlin Transmian, Taihungi, always a pleasure. Everyone make sure you give Taihungi some love. Welcome on in, Techhead Zero, Sir Wendolyn, how are you? Drakewood, it's a pleasure. Astra Arts, no eyes for you. Gremlin Transmian, let's see. JM, always a pleasure. Druid of the Gaze, how have you been? I feel like it's been a while. Welcome on in, Milkman's Waifu. Let's see. I'm scrolling like my life depends on it. Omega Scales, Strap Streams, Lyrie. One-Eyed Ghost Kid, Celestial Muffin, Queer Devil, welcome to the archive. How goes it tonight? Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's see. And Cerever. We're going to be DIYing. I'm going to show you what we're going to be working on in a second. Hello, Strawberry Raven, Latent Logic. Let's see. I think Fiona, welcome on in as well. I bite harder. Chat, I bite so hard you should fear my teeth. Chat, take a look at them pearly whites there. You should fear me. I will bite you very hard. They're going right in your arm. The setup is a little bit scuffed today. Let me show y'all what we're working with, though, alright? I'm gonna move the stuff off my desk so I can introduce y'all. To the project. Hi, Dice Mistress. Been well? Work's kicking my ass. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Have to watch 610 streams to get to the next funny number. You got this. You can do it. Also, 420 is between now and then. There's still a funny number in between. All right. We can see the flesh grippers. Indeed. Let's hope I didn't break anything. Is it working? It's not working. Cool. I did break something. There we are. Chat, he has hands. Hello, Fuse. Barber bite. Chat, let me introduce y'all to my patch pants. These are a pair of pants, they'll oftentimes be referred to as patch pants or crust pants. It's a very common form in the punk scene to DIY and patch up clothing, kind of as an expression of your punkness. You'll put patches on it for your favorite bands and for causes you support. It's very much a statement of the things you stand for as a punk. They are sometimes referred to as crust pants as well. The whole crust punk subculture is oftentimes very associated with like homelessness, dirtiness, not showering. And while I do shower, I do love me the crust punk aesthetic. So we got some patch pants. To show you what's currently on here, this was the first patch I put on it. This is a self-made patch. This is sold by the incredible Dumpster Meds, a friend of mine, Adam. He is an amazing Florida-based folk punk musician. I have Confession Kids, another Florida-based punk band. Absolutely incredible. Heavily recommend that. I can play some later. White Boy Jump Scare shoots you with a gun. Why are your fingers so... Why does everyone say my fingers are long? Are my fingers actually that long? Are my fingers actually that absurdly long? What do you mean? Or you patch your pants as the big ol' hole in your ass you conveniently have to patch you wanted to add anyway. True that. Hello, Luke Tenda. Welcome on in. Barber bite. Are my fingers actually that long? Y'all I'm sorry for being white. in, welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hello. Welcome on in, folks. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv, and we're having a chill little DIY night for a few hours. How are y'all doing? These are my patch pants. I was just introducing chat. Welcome on into Sheep Mom Soul as well. Everyone, make sure these lovely individuals get shout outs, and make sure you give them your love. Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk leftist on the internet. You can catch me talking anarchy, queer issues, leftist issues. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and we're doing some fun punk shit. We're DIYing tonight. I have here a pair of pants that are covered in patches, and we're going to be sewing more patches onto the pants. That's the plan. We love punk shit. We love punk shit. Y'all, Elowin is a wonderful, non-binary content creator, friend of the channel, someone absolutely deserving of your time and support. And feel free, Sheep Mom Soul as well, to introduce yourself. I'm not sure if we've met before. How were your streams? What were y'all up to? Barber by Bite. The pants look warm. They are very warm, thick pants. Biting you, hello, PDA Foot, Barber by Bite. How's everyone doing tonight? Everyone here want you to know that if you have pronouns, you don't want to be afraid, tell me I'll use them. Hell fucking yeah. Hello, Red Cobra, welcome on in. Hello, Stormageddon. Hello, Manifest Embermane. Hello, Sheep Mom Soul. Hello, Rookie Python. How's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. I'm barking and biting you. Very aggressively. Chat's telling me I have yaoi hands. Warm pants in Florida? I'm not normal. I've also lived in Florida my entire life, okay? Let me have this. Variety streamer, do dabble a lot in sim racing. Trans, my pronouns are she, her, they, them. Hell fucking yeah, I'm trans, mass, non-binary, he, him, or they, them. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, welcome on in. You may enjoy the self-made patch. It is sold by a friend of mine, Dumpster Meds, amazing Florida-based folk punk artist of taking HRT out of a vial. This was the first patch that went onto these pants. Thank you for the follow, Barber by Bite. I actually put this patch on my pants right after I started HRT, which, by the way, my HRT anniversary is 8 days from today. What the fuck? I'm very anxious about it, if I can be perfectly honest. Time's been moving too quickly lately. AE got those AA lemur fingers. I don't like this. I don't like this. My fingers are not that long, chat. They're actually quite proportional to my hands. What's wrong with you? But no, make sure y'all give some love to Elowin, and also to Sheep Mom Soul mods. Make sure we get that shout out if we haven't already. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. But yeah, we got the self-made patch. We have the Confession Kids patch. We have on here also the only other two patches on these, which is why I want to fix this and add more to them tonight. Is the Remember You Will Die patch, a little hard to see in this lighting, and the Stop the US War Machine patch. And I need more. I need more. Thought it was a guinea pig, not a lemur. Chat can't decide what I am. Hello, Perplix Voxel, welcome on in. Also, Ravens Watch this weekend. Yeah, Ravens Watch this weekend. True, I am going to be on Elowin's channel on Saturday. I think 4 p.m. EST. We're going to be playing some Ravenswatch, a game that I'm very bad at. It'll be great. Hell fucking yeah, thank you mods for getting that shout out. One sec, let me hit you with the follow while I'm at it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, 2 p.m. EST, got it. Thank you, I appreciate it. My brain does not work. It's in my calendar, I can tell you that. Let me also do this so y'all can better see what I'm doing. There we are. Hello, Yuri Lover. Welcome on in. Now, what are we gonna be putting on these pants? What kind of patches are we looking at? Just a few. Just a few. You know, I just have a few options. You know, we got options. Just a couple though. You know, it's not that many. You know. A normal amount of patches to be in possession of, chat. It's a very normal number of patches to currently have. This is a completely reasonable number of patches to own. And that will eventually be sewn onto these pants. You understand. You understand. You know, I'm a very normal person. Very normal guy. Extremely, extremely normal number of I don't buy too much band merch. What are you on about? I don't buy too much band merch. What do you mean? You know, only a couple. Only a couple. 3 times I've been awake midnight to catch these entertaining hijinks and punk stuff. Hey, it's a pleasure to have you, Luke Tendo, whenever you can make it. I understand as a folk listener, chat, I spent more money on punk show tickets and band merch last year than I spent on food. And I'm not ashamed of it. Thinking about getting into embroidery as of late? Well, if you need any advice, hit me up. This is all embroidery thread. This is actually what I use to put patches on my shit. Find a place that sells punk patches, including Blue Lives Matter. Can I shoot them with a gun? Can I shoot them with a gun? Came home to liking having taken my QR label maker and printing off 100 QR codes to link to your Twitch. Nice. Based. Oh, I forgot one. There we go. Blood for the Blood God, it's actually a Technoblade reference for me. For those who are unaware, the reason I started streaming was because of Technoblade. He was one of my greatest inspirations and someone who really helped me through a lot of depressive episodes. And I started streaming when I was in a really dark place, inspired by him and his content. And so, while yes, it is ultimately a Warhammer reference, it is also a phrase that he frequently said and that he kind of borrowed and made his own. And so, for me, it's more so a reference to him, and in honor of the reason I started this whole journey. Where do you get your thread, and do you use a ring for it? When I'm sewing things onto pants and things like this, no. When I'm doing actual embroidery, yes, I do put it on a loop. I've done embroidered patches myself before. Definitely use a ring for it. I get my thread at whatever local craft store I can get to. Legit did not know Blood for the Blood God originated outside of Techno. It did, in fact. It is originally a Warhammer thing, but you know. How sweet, affectionate / sincere. It's a very funny way of saying that. Hello, everybody, though. It's so wonderful to see you. In any case, the choice now rests on me to decide what patch I'm sewing onto this next and where it's going. And I'm going to be honest, one of my big focuses in that, if I can be so real with you, there is a section towards the back of this patch, of the self-made patch, wherein a lot of the thread is ripping up, and I want to put a patch in this corner to cover up some of that fraying. I don't know how well you can see it on camera, but like this is all frayed. It is kind of coming loose, and I've glued it down in a way where it doesn't seem to be coming up anymore, but I want to put like a patch here and a patch in this corner, or something that encompasses the whole length of it, in order to kind of keep that down. That's the thought. Hi, Lucky! Yeah, I'm doing a DIY night! I definitely want to do an in-person one sometime soon, though. Ooh, I should show my other pair of pants real quick, actually. Give me a second. Let me grab them. So this is my other pair of patch pants, which I actually started because I had a friend visiting the state who was very nervous to be like in the South next to a, while being visibly queer, and wanted to make sure, or was very nervous about getting like harassed if they were seen next to me with all my anarchist shit. And so in order to kind of be able to express myself while hanging out with them, I started working on this pair of pants. So it's still very, patched up, punk, but a bit more subtle on the politics. Yeah, hello, Goblin Hugger! Mod, shout out for Goblin Hugger. We're actually going to be DIYing in a little bit. But it's a lot of, like, skulls, decay imagery, we got some mods. This is a patch sold by a local band, X Dirty Fingers. It reads, "It's okay if you can only keep your head down and survive, but if and when you can, please fight back." And that's a message that I really stand by. We live in a very scary day and age, and there's a lot of people who are too scared to stand up right now. There's a lot of people in circumstances where standing up and fighting endangers them. And it's okay if you can only keep your head down and survive. But if and when you can, please fight back. I stand by this shit. On the opposite leg, I've got some cool patches down here. This one was made by Lycan. Points at Lycan in chat, points at my moderator Lycan. And up at the top, I have embroidered the phrase "decay is an extant form of life." But yeah, that's my other pair that I've been working on for a while. It's a little bit less loudly political, just for situations or cases or people wherein I don't want to, where I want to look punk without potentially, like, getting myself in trouble, or getting the people around me in trouble. I totally understand why people would be very nervous, especially if they're not from the South, existing in the South, next to that, Hee. Alright. So I've been trying for a while to figure out what patch would work well in this spot here, covering up the corner of this where it's starting to come loose. And the biggest contender right now, if I can fucking find it in my pile, is going to be this patch for the Bard of Baldwin County, kind of placed like this. I'm considering this as an option, but I'm not sure if I fuck with it. Never paid much for any government. I could do this in a way where it, like, overlaps with the pocket, but that's going to be annoying to sew. Or I could, like, pull it down here, but I don't like it down here. Suppose I should join into fixing up my hat? Hell fucking yeah. So that's the Bard of Baldwin County as an option. Other options I have a Deny, Defend, Depose patch. Because, of course, I have a Deny, Defend, Depose patch that I could put here. It matches the color scheme of another patch that's on here. Again, I have to sew over the pocket, which is going to be annoying, but the option's there. I could also place it kind of more down here. What type of pants work best as a base for this? You're going to want something that is 100% cotton, because it frays in a more predictable manner. If it has elastic in it, you're going to have trouble with it, like, fraying or, falling apart where you sew things in later on. These pants here are... Where is it? Where is your tag? There's your tag. These here are, I believe... Can I read? Anyway, these are 99% cotton with like 1% spandex or elastic just in the waistline, which is a relatively good position to be. But like if it's going to be like less than 95% cotton, you're going to have a bad time patching them. Have you thought about slapping it over the pocket or just about covering up that one spot? So I really don't like how frayed this is becoming, and I want to put something to cover up like the more frayed parts of it. I could use iron-ons for that eventually. Like, I have a couple iron-ons that would work well here. This is for Moonwalker. Where's my other iron-ons? I've got a Punk Rock Saves Lives that could work well here. But I don't currently own an iron. Warp Tour. Hello, Rowan. Barber by Bite. Would you put it at an angle that is... Oh, true! I forgot that on these pants I do shit on angles. I forgot about that. I forgot that I do that. So I could do something diagonal like this. Thank you so much for the follow, Barber by Bite. I do recommend doing, like, high percentages of what's it called? Of cotton just because of the way they fray, but ultimately you can patch whatever you want. I'm so happy the Giddy AE arrived. Yeah, thank you so much, genuinely. I need to put that up on my wall soon. But yeah, I could do it this at an angle. That's an option. I also have the Last Arizona, which I would need to fix all of those frayed edges first, but that's an option. I just don't like that color scheme there. If I want to carry the red over, there is the Make a Bad art patch. I could also put on like Pigeon Pit or where is it? Dumpster Meds is an option. Dumpster Meds being the guy who made this patch. Fucking adore Adam. He's great. I don't like the green deny defend depose with the red stitches. Yeah, I get that. I feel like it has to be like black, red, or yellow. Okay, let me test this tan here. That's too big of a patch to put there. Okay. I like this patch a lot. That's too big to put there. You can use a hot pants, a spray bottle of water if you're really into iron. Noted. For like ironing patches though? Does that work well with patches? Do we think this is where the Make a Bad art patch goes? It's a slightly different shade of red than the Confession Kids, but I don't think that'll matter inside a show. That'll work for patches? Noted. Okay. Because I don't own an iron. I could put the Make Bad art like here or here. Oh no. I think it would have to be like this. Also, hi Lost Nico, before my bite. Doesn't contrast enough for it to show up in the dark of a show, yeah. I think it wouldn't contrast enough to be a problem. So that's an option. I could, though, if I go back to the black patches. Welcome to me being indecisive, chat. This is why I never do anything. If I do it at an angle... No, I don't fuck with that. It's too long to work. It's just such a long patch. And the shades of black are different. Okay, so if we're looking at the black or the red, I do still have options. Because I could put like a black one here that matches the shade more. I got like, this is X Dirty Fingers. Being crap on deciding and stuff quite relatable. Chat, I'm such a relatable content creator. I'm such a cool and relatable content creator. Look at me be cool and relatable. The other option I have color-wise, at least that I have a lot of, I do have, I have a gray, which I also don't think works. Yeah, okay. And then I have white. I could put a white patch down. So, like, this is Steal From Your Boss. It is an X Dirty Fingers patch. You have 2 grays? So many grays, chat. So do we think... Because it seems like most people want the red. We could do the red one here, cut it down a little bit, or we got the white. All these patches are gold. They're very good. One sec. I've got a really good one in here somewhere. Fuck the police, ACAB. This is a good one. For white patches, my options are gonna be Steal From Your Boss, just X Dirty Fingers, in which case this becomes a corner of the pants that's entirely patches from Florida-based artists, which is kind of cool. For both of these are entirely Florida-based artists. The white makes the stitches stand out, the red makes everything blend together, so I think it's a bit more the vibe we're going for. That's fair. My first vote is red or Steal From Your Boss. Okay. Okay. I also, though, have Bad Operation. Have a nausea patch. I think I'm gonna staple on when I can on my fat ass jacket. Good luck. You have so much shit going on your jacket. I don't know how you do it. I do kind of like the accent of this. It would just be really annoying to get on there, you know? But I think at this point the plan is I put something down here and then something here. Um there's no space, there's nothing left. Yeah, no, you filled that jacket out. Cuz I could put like the Fest one here. So I do maybe like Fest there. Hmm. The Fest here works really well, and then I don't have to worry about it overlapping the pocket. Does that work well with the red? Uh, hmm. I think make bad art is the move. But I don't like having that much red in the corner. Give me that skull. I bought this off of Food Not Bombs. Food Not Bombs, I got it from them. It is a really good one. Stiffing your boss makes it pop out there, yeah. But is that good or bad? Is it popping out good or popping out neg, you know? Slash pause or slash neg chat. I'm so indecisive. Because I feel like putting the red then puts so much red in that corner. I think good. I kind of fuck with steal from your boss here. Because I do really fuck with Fest here. What other circle patches do I have though? I do have a generic Punk's Not Dead one. But I don't really like this patch. I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna use it. Yeah, I think I do kind of fuck with the white here. Chat peak content creator. Where's my I have so the other iron on I have is this, but I feel like that's too big to fit there neatly. So I think this has to be Fest here. I think that has to stay Fest. British Street Punk, my beloved. I've got so much shit. There's so many bands that I have like one or two songs for in my like liked songs, and I just don't listen to enough, and it sucks. Yeah, the Punk's Not Dead is too clean and shiny, and eventually being in the pit enough is gonna do that. But I like this. Fest plus stiff from your boss. All right, that's where I'm leaning as well. Yeah, I think this is the configuration, chat, which means I need to cut and or I need to fix some of the edges of this patch, but we got that. We can do that. I like this. So the way I tend to handle this, where are my sewing scissors? Underneath the patch pile, delicious. Oh, the one other option. The one other option is punk rock saves lives. But I feel like it being tan doesn't make it work there. I feel like it's got to be Fest. It's got to be Fest. All right. Well, the decision has been made. All right. I will say, with pan as an iron thing, put a scrap of cotton between. Okay, because sometimes the back glue can leak out the sides. Don't want to be scraping it off your cookware. That makes sense. Would wax paper or something like that work? I'm gonna have to look more into that method before I try it, because I, again, do not own an iron. But last night inspired me to finally put work into this shit. Rather, I've been feeling inspired in general lately to put more work into this shit. Tattooed on your throat, and I got respect, the side of my neck. You say you've got to in and gotta give us that. We're both trying, you gotta give us that. No, I need to listen to more music in general, chat. I keep discovering amazing bands at shows and falling in love with them and then not listening to them when I get home. But last night, all of the bands kicked ass. Last night, I went to the show for Jer, also known as Ska Tune Network. Incredible Florida-based ska punk. Someone who I greatly admire, one of like the most talented orators and like speech givers, for lack of a better term, I've ever heard. I look up to them so much, and it would be a dream of mine to work with them in any capacity someday. But every other band that played was incredible. It was Bad Operation. It was... Why am I blanking on the name of the first band? I was listening to them this morning. Kill Lincoln was there, and then it was Flying Raccoon Suit. It was amazing. Chat, I'm so glad I get to be punk. Life is amazing. Wax paper, no, but parchment paper, yes. Okay. Got it. Speaking of, I've been making a replica of Nils' jacket. Wouldn't survive without coping against music. I'm so glad I get to be punk. I'm so grateful that I get to exist within the punk scene. It's so special to me. Thank you for the hydrate, Dusklight, Buffer by Bite. So what I'm gonna... Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Chat, in order to seal the edges of patches when I don't want them to fray too easily if they're made of, like, weak fabrics, I glue the edges down. What the fuck? Our mother has been absent. Alright, I'm gonna glue this down. Gonna be a party when the wolf comes home. Alright, I just put a little bit on the edge and then I spread that around with my fingers. Does it make my skin crawl? Yes, but like, welcome to the things we do for DIY. Sometimes you have to brave the sensory bad a little bit for the DIY. This, I find, just makes the edges fray less quickly. Like, they're gonna fray inevitably no matter what, but it helps them stay together, and I like a little bit of fraying with my patches, but, like, this one's frayed so much that it just looks bad. You know? This is actually wood glue. But really, any glue will do. Chat, don't let companies tell you what glues you can use where. You can use any glue fucking anywhere. That's only half true. That's only half true. There are glues that are gonna, attach better to certain surfaces without damaging them. That's the main thing you have to keep an eye out for. Like, you will end up with situations wherein there's gonna be, like, chemical reactions, or, like, some substances are just more porous and need the glue to seep into them, or don't want the glue to seep into them for whatever reason. That said, chat, it's a lie. Currently it's like 12 a.m. here, so won't be here from long, but saw you on Cafe Foxtail channel. Hell yeah! Welcome on in! It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kat is a good friend of the channel, someone who I greatly admire. I'm a fellow loud trans content creator. I mostly make content that's focused a little bit more politically. So it's gonna be a little bit less cozy comfy than Fox, but I love I love Kat's work. It's gonna be a little bit less cozy comfy than that. I do focus a little bit more on, like, leftist action and organizing and the political side of things, but I try to always do so with a, focus on the fact that we can organize and create change. I want to be able to talk about the realities of fighting fascism and about what it means to exist as trans, and to challenge people with those thoughts in a way wherein, like, we're allowed to have hope, Also, I bite people. I do video essays, I talk loud leftist issues. It's a pleasure to have you. But yeah, chat, types of glue is a lie. This is wood glue and I'm using it on fabric right now. It's important to talk about, in my opinion. Live the vibe, hell fucking yeah. Currently doing some fun punk DIY shenanigans. Sewing some new patches onto my my pants. Welcome on in, Phoenix, as well. Bye. Also, I saw a Goblin Hugger say something about, like, you probably don't want to use any water-based glues, because that'll hurt in the wash. Bold of you to assume these motherfuckers get washed. Bold of you to assume these things get washed. Most, like, crust pants and like, patched DIY clothing gets washed, like, a maximum of once every 3 months, and you're giving it a bath in your bathtub or sink. You're not putting this shit in the wash. That will destroy it, actually. Like I would recommend, just for the sake of like keeping them alive, giving them a bath once every few months, but a lot of the pigments that are used for patches, especially like more handmade patches, are going to wash out with water, you know? You need to hand wash this shit if you're going to wash it. You cannot like machine wash this stuff. You will destroy it. And even then, like I'm telling you, I don't wash this between everywhere. I wear these pants like twice a week, and they've probably been washed once in the last year. Before the NHS did its job, had to get used to DIY myself. Honestly, injecting is satisfying when you finish it. I kind of miss it. I actively DIY. I am actually like massively in support of the development of like local DIY HRT networks, because while I recognize people want to get it through proper systems, like in the situation that it is made illegal, having those DIY networks established is going to be fundamental to our survival. And I think that there's a lot of value, honestly, in being able to control your own transition. Heavily support like DIY networks and communities. I heavily support people investing in DIY around them. You know, it's really cheap, chat. It is really cheap and completely legal to DIY estradiol. Just in case you needed to know that. It is completely legal and really cheap to DIY estradiol. You can produce it in a pressure cooker using a handful of other tools. You really just need like a pressure cooker and a hot plate and some lab equipment. Uh, it's something like $200 to $400 for all the supplies, but after that, you can create a decade's worth of HRT for like $150. And then you can distribute that within your community. I'm just saying. If it didn't cost me, I would use DIY, just that I can get it free for now. Honestly, understandable in that situation. Who said I was paying for my DIY? It's called local mutual aid networks. Teehee. All right. So I've glued down the edges of this patch. I need to decide what thread color I'm using. Do we think we should do this one in black or red, chat? 'Cause I'm leaning black, but I'm happy for other opinions. I am starting to run low on black thread. Actually, no, I have more. Don't know how to make it, just used to buy it from cool people. It's really easy. It's really easy. I know a lot about this, and I eventually want to make a video talking about it. The complicating factor being that it's actually not legal to DIY testosterone, so I'm kind of putting a target on my back by talking about it, but one of these days. I might have to ghost write a video for someone else or something. Hello, Wasteland Radio. Barbara bye. Welcome on in. So we could do red, or we could do black. I'm also happy to bring in other colors. Like, I want to get some yellow. I want to get some, let's see. I want to get some tan in, and I want to get some green in. This is like the kind of color scheme for these pants. I don't have the ideal shade of green I'd want to use, so I probably won't use any green thread, but... Hi, Zelda. The Fops is feeling all right. I woke up feeling pretty sick, but I'm lucky that like that's mostly fading at this point. I'm feeling pretty good now. I was feeling a little bit ill after the show last night, but you know what? We're okay right now. Yellow would pop and be very interesting. Teehee. Fops is feeling good, chat. Breaking the law for the right reasons. School, you got my respect. Hell, fucking yeah. Listen, I break laws on the fucking regular. Chat, I love breaking the law. I'm very good at it. I'm going to bite you and give you an infection. Oh, chat, one of the coolest patches I have, and that I have already plans for where I'm going to put it. Let me find it. Where the fuck is it? If I lose this... Oh, there it is. There it is. This is Quill Darling. Quill Darling is a super cool, like... Okay, so... Quill Darling is the lead of Confession Kids, a folk punk band, and the music that they make on their own isn't exactly punk, but, like, they're very embedded within the punk scene, so, you know, they have patches, and this is such a good design. I love this. I want to put it near my knee, so it's kind of like a centerpiece, because I love yellow. Yellow is such a good color. Also, hello, Walnor! Bye-bye-bye! Alright. So what do we think for what color thread to use here? Because I could use the white, I could use the black, yellow. These are the colors I think I'm comfortable using for thread on these pants. Black would be the least jarring, but I do kind of like the idea of yellow. I'm thinking. I'd use red. The one thing with the red is that this is already done with red. Use bright neon blue. I'm killing you. Hell yeah, congrats on the strawberries, Wasteland. Go with yellow, embrace the crusty clown look. Alright. Let's get some yellow in there, fuck it. I'm probably just gonna iron on the fest patch. I might reinforce it with some stitches, but especially because it's an uneven shape, I feel like it's best to iron this on rather than try to sew it on. What if you just ate all the thread? What if I bit you with my teeth? Alright. Oh, I forgot I had this patch. Oh, I forgot I had this patch! Chat, look how cool that shit is! Look at that shit! Anyway. These are my needles. And... these are my thinner head pins. Okay, cool. I spend so much money on patches. Bear in mind, most patches are going to be anywhere from like $3 to $10. I have probably about $70 of patches next to me. Like... I'm not shitting you. I have too many. Patch addiction. Alright. I have too many. Great taste in patches? I mean, listen. Punk is like my life, you know? I talk a lot about my experiences in the punk scene because the punk scene has genuinely given me so much drive and purpose. The punk scene is so important to me. It gives me purpose. It gives me selfhood. It is a subculture and a ideology to which I dedicate my life. I see punk as a lifestyle. Hello, Sailor Shy! Mod, shout out to Sailor Shy. Wonderful friend of the channel. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But punk is... the lifestyle that I live by. It is an ideology which is heavily based in anti-capitalism and in transgression and in being fucking loud and yourself and standing up against power. Punk is about being anti-authoritarian, anti-fascist, anti-capitalist. It is about mutual aid and direct action and about standing up for your fucking community. And that is an ideology that so heavily aligns with everything I fucking believe in and stand for. And in which I have found so much love in life. I go to shows, and that is where I feel myself and among my community. I've said before, like, my gender is punk, and I stand by that. Yeah, sure, I'm non-binary, I'm transmasc. My gender is punk. My gender is whatever makes you fucking uncomfortable. My gender is loud and aggressive. It is flashing lights. It is getting beat up in a mosh pit. It is DIYing. It is standing up against authority. It is whatever makes you uncomfortable. And that's the name of a video essay I'm planning on putting out in a year and 8 days. I'm currently working on my 1 year on HRT video, which I'm hoping to get out in time. My HRT anniversary is in literally a few days. In 8 days. And then a year from that video, I'm planning on putting out a gender abolitionist hit piece where I talk about the nature of my gender as punk. Patiently waiting for that video to drop. It's gonna be a long wait. I'm giving myself my time on that one. I want to make art that is loud and which challenges people, you know? Like I love Cat. I love Cat's work. I love how cozy and comfy it is. And I think a lot of people, especially younger trans folk who are still figuring themselves out, need that kind of comfy, cozy, affirmative energy. I want to make art that challenges people. I want to make art that gets people thinking. I want to make art that digs into gender theory and queer theory and into politics and leftism and that gets people thinking. I want to make art that makes you a little bit uncomfortable. That challenges you. Gender is dead and we have killed it. Yeah, and I'm happy for it. HRT anniversary's in 3 days. Oh shit! Happy early HRT anniversary! I hope it treats you well. The red on black to black on red stitching looks very good. Maybe I'll try the comp on myself. Do it. You are so free to steal any of my ideas with this shit. I don't own jack shit, you know? So many of the ideas for my jacket came from other people's jackets or from shit I saw on social media. Deadass. Heavily recommend just, like, picking up whatever ideas strike your fancy and doing them yourself. You can't own an idea. Wish I had more results, but honestly, it's crazy to me how it's been a year. Glad I started Estrogen last year, and I'm proud of you. I feel similarly, like, I feel like I haven't changed all that much despite being a year on HRT, but also I've been intentionally taking it slow, you know? And this is something I'm planning on talking about more in my video, but, like, I don't intend to be on HRT forever, if that makes sense. I'm very okay with the idea that, like, my gender is a bit fucky, and it's going to be something that I start and stop throughout my day, throughout my life as feels right. Gender is my fucking playground, and as I feel content, I might stop and start, and that's okay. Some of that's just me being non-binary, but, like, I want to make sure that at any moment I am doing this gender shit because it's correct, you know, because it's what feels good to me, what fulfills me. I am, again, non-binary, so. Hi, Trek and Tosh, Barbara Bye Bye. How are you doing tonight? I've actually thought more about the way I think, especially the world since I've been here, especially about gender abolitionism and how it relates to equality. Hell fucking yeah. Like, I think the core of a lot of gender abolitionist thought is the notion that, like, we cannot fully deconstruct patriarchy without deconstructing gender itself and deconstructing the notion that there's anything that actually fucking distincts men from women, you know? And as a trans person, I see a lot of value in that. We can't fully deconstruct gender, or rather, we can't fully deconstruct patriarchy without taking the time to deconstruct the idea that genders have any real inherent difference, aside of how you internally feel and identify. It has no bearing on your behavior, on your thought patterns, on how you function. All of that is socially constructed. And I want to tear down those social constructions. Okay, one sec. I wanna shift things so I can better see what I'm doing real quick. Enfield spotted. You're totally good, Trek and Tosh. I don't mind people assuming I am a man. I don't mind it. I am non-binary. I'm just a very mask-presenting non-binary person, but, like, I'm not gonna get mad at you for assuming I'm a guy. Or for assuming I'm a man, you know? I'm okay with man, with the like, dude, guy, etc. terminology. I align myself a bit more with boy than man, if that makes sense, but, like, you know. Gender's a fuck. I'm not gonna get mad at people for jumping to that, terminology. I mostly take issue with it when people specifically do it when they're mad at me, because that's a thing that I've encountered. I've had instances where people specifically start gendering me, like jump from gendering me as a non-binary to mask, specifically when they're upset at me, and I'm like, I don't fuck with that. Don't do that to me. How do I want to do this? I wish I was wearing them so I could see what I was doing, but I wouldn't be able to, like, fucking have it on camera in that situation, so. Okay, I think this is the move. I think this is the move, yeah. Alright. Hi, Reggie, how are you doing? Barbara by Bite. I'm beyond gender itself. I have ascended to something far greater. Yeah, my gender is punk. My gender is whatever the fuck pisses you off. My gender is whatever the hell pisses you off more. My gender is transgression. Patch done? Hell yeah, Lucky. Proud of you. I work so slow, I swear to God. Okay. I need another pen. The only weapon I use against AE is the fact that he's a guinea pig, and of course my teeth. Of course, we all bite each other here. That's how it works. That's just how it works, chat. Biting is encouraged here. Chat, I miss having friends that I could just bite in public. I miss having friends where, like, part of how we interacted was just occasionally biting each other. God. That was peak. We're pissed because of work, borrowing your tails of stress toy for a bit. You can fucking try. Get annoyed the music that's in from games is music I have impossible chance of liking it, so punk gender fits here. Real and valid. Nah. I love punk music. It's my everything. I'm literally just fucking playing out of my... Oh my god, chat. Chat, I have been obsessed with Pup lately. I'm gonna play some Pup for y'all. I have been obsessed with the band Pup recently. Give me a second. I've been obsessed with this shit. But I love punk. Punk is my everything. I'm bisexual, I'm bitsexual and gender funny. Hell yeah. Pup has been on loop constantly for me recently. They're so good. Alright. I feel so weird about having some of the patches on this be, like, at an angle. But I feel like it will add to the aesthetic once I put more shit on here. These are running. Yeah, these ones are at angles too, yeah. It's part of the vibe. Any good punk band recommendations for us? Oh, last night I saw Jair, I saw Bad Operation, I saw Kill Lincoln. They're all recommendations. Pup, of course. If you're looking for, like, folk punk, check out Apes of the State, Pigeon Pit, Sister Wife Sex Strike, but also check out Confession Kids, check out X Dirty Fingers. There's so much good punk. I don't even know where to start. You gotta narrow it down, you know? Wish I liked music by artists not for games, but sadly I don't. Sadly, I do feel really bad about it. I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. Some people I have found just prefer music when it has no vocals. However, the vocals have always been the main appeal of music for me. When I was young, like, the main thing I valued in the music I listened to was the lyrical complexity and content. And that's one of the things that drew me into punk. It felt like music that actually had something to say, that wasn't just about relationships. And from there on, you know, I really adopted the lifestyle over the time. I struggle with music that doesn't have lyrics in it. That's just me. Next time you're high, gotta watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Why? Oh, I don't mind your memes at all, Zelda. I've just been bad at responding to DMs lately. Apologies. All right. So I've got that pinned down. Hopefully nice and good, which means we can start sewing. Like vocals, but I feel like depending on the media and the way the media is meant to be consumed, all have different styles. That's fair, honestly. There is definitely something to be said about, like, when I listen to music that was made for a video game, I can tell it was music made for a video game. I wonder how much of that is, like, emotional attachment to the media, though? I don't know. My family car. I'm not going to be singing too much today because my throat hurts after the show last night. But, oh. This song is very important to me. This is my favorite pup song. Hi, Fannery Flames. Welcome on in. Bye bye. And every time I go home to your apartment, and up from my carpet, pacing up all alone, so I brought you home. This is a song about someone's, I believe it's about someone's pet passing away. At least that's my understanding of it. I haven't actually looked into the backstory of the song, but it's very intense. It's very important to me. I've hated watching more of the rock bands I follow for a while start making only breakup songs. Yeah, I'm not very into love songs, which is no shade to love songs themselves. Thank you for the follow, Barker by Bite. I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, you know, people writing love songs. The majority of people in the world are allo-romantic and very much value romantic connection. But as an aromantic person, there's just not a whole lot of appeal to love songs. I don't really get it. It doesn't drive me the way that it drives a lot of other people. And so I recognize it's not media that's for me. I'm gonna kill you with a knife, Dusklight. How are you doing today? I'm just not very big into music that focuses on relationships because it's not relatable to me, and I would prefer my music, like, I don't know, say something of substance. And there's been love songs that I do adore. One of my favorite, like my favorite band, Pigeon Pit, a lot of their songs are love songs, but I feel like they're love songs with a lot of depth and substance to them, you know? I think I just don't like most pop music. No one's surprised. He's gonna save you. Alright, it's so hard to see what I'm doing. That's fine. I'm kind of watching what I'm doing in the camera because I can see that better than, like, actually looking down at it. Sleep in the Heat is both a peak song and you were correct about his chameleon dying. That makes sense. Yeah, it very heavily reads about being a song about a pet dying. Songs about pets dying is like a whole subgenre, I swear. Alright. You always say this shit I'm thinking before I can type it. You're welcome. I live in your head rent free. I'm stealing your thoughts. Alright, chat. I'm embracing the crust punk. I know people who will, like, sew patches onto their pants while they're actively wearing them, and I don't know how people do that shit. That's terrifying to me. That's too much power. No one should have that much power. There will be an ad, by the way, folks, coming up soon. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour. It's a good opportunity to stand up, stretch, get some food, get some water. I might be refilling my water, actually, during the ad break, because I think it's empty. I know, I hate it too. I would not run ads if I could get away with it, but welcome to fucking Twitch. Infected by the AE mind worms. I live in your brain. You're welcome. Hi, CRISPR Crow. Barper bye bye. Bit by bits. I'm so excited because I'm going to be seeing Pup later this year. That's going to be peak. They're playing 2 whole sets at a music festival I'm going to. Live your laugh, it's so sweet. I'm gonna bite you. No, you're totally fine. A lot of people compliment my laugh, and I'm always a little bit ah-rah-rah about it. I'm very glad that people enjoy my laugh. I used to get bullied for it, and so I kind of stopped laughing with my natural laugh for some odd years. And it wasn't until I started content creation that I started, like, you know, leaning into it again, for lack of a better term. I'm very, very happy. It's very, very... It makes me grateful to know that people do enjoy my weird-ass little fox laugh. We're in the thick of it now, and when the ice breaks, there will be no one around. I wouldn't want to be bitten. Bites you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Alright, alright. Ah, nope, don't do that. I'm gonna refill my water in a second. One moment, folks. Alright. Hour in and 3 stitches down. Alright, one sec. One sec, chat. I'm going to annoy Boozle real quick. I'm going to annoy Boozle. Since I have the hand cam out, chat, it's a little man. What do you think of it, Boozle? What do you think? What do you think of the patches? Do you like it? Do you want to say hi? Do you want to say hello to the viewers? Do you want to say hello to the viewers, Boozle? No? Why do you hate me? Chat, he's literally the devil from the Bible. Boozle, why do you hate me? Chad, he's so evil. He won't say hi. Alright. Go. You have freedom. Alright, apologies, folks. Boozle briefly said hi. He's perfect and I love him. He's literally the devil from the Bible. He's so mean to me. He's so mean to me, chat. he never says hi to you. Boozle counter. Chat, he's literally so evil. Alright, alright. There we go. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Just hit 1 a.m. so I should go to sleep soon. Y'all please make sure you take care of yourselves first and foremost. I know I stream at a time that's not super convenient for a lot of the European audience. It is 8 p.m. for me right now. I normally start my streams at 7 p.m. EST, and I've considered moving sooner, but like, my primary audience is North America, and it's what works for me, so... No, I appreciate y'all being here. No shame at all in heading out when you gotta head out. Please make sure you get sleep. That said, I appreciate the hell out of anyone who takes the time to stop by, even if you're stopping by at some unreasonable hours of the night for yourself. I say, as someone who regularly stays up until 3 a.m. You can tell that some of us are men. Yeah, unfortunately, Boozle kinda hates men, and he's really unsure about me, you know? He's lived with me for, like... Jesus Christ, how has it been, like, a month and a half already? But he's lived with me for, like, a month and a half. I don't like the passage of time, and he's still getting used to me. He trusts me enough to come beg me for food. Plot twist, Boozle's actually just AE. No, I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. Then where are these human hands coming from, chat? If I'm actually just Boozle, where are these hands coming from? It's called I shapeshifted my hands. Hello, welcome on in, folks. Welcome on in, Zenith, and hello, Lilac the Lavender. Thank you for that raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can catch me talking queer and leftist issues here on twitch.tv. We're currently doing some punk DIY while we talk queer and leftist issues, as we're off to do around here. I'm a loud anarchist on the internet. You can find me yapping about all sorts of societal woes and about hope and community and direct action here on Twitch. It's so lovely to see you. Let's go DIY for the win, indeed! We're currently sewing some patches onto my pants. Welcome on in, everybody. Hello to that Dev Eva. Hello to Fantaro. Hello to Pisces Shark. How is everybody? Bark bye-bye. Everyone give some love to Lilac the Lavender. Hope you had an amazing time. Indeed, indeed. These are my my patch pants, and I'm sewing some new patches onto them. It's been a long-standing work in progress, and we're finally making some more progress on them. It has been a while since I've said anything new on here, so, you know, I'm a big fan of overlapping my patches like this, so it takes forever. But it's worth it. Of course, always gotta shout out Raiders. Thank you so much for sending your community my way. I do vinyl with jackets? Nice. I do have a battle jacket, but that battle jacket I'm hand making all of the patches for, so it's... I've been working on that jacket for a decade now, and it's still not done. All the patches are either hand-painted or hand-embroidered. Healing nicely. Lilac was fun to watch and chat with. Hell yeah, glad to hear it. I hope you continue to have a calm healing. I would say I want to go to sleep to be productive and do hobbies I want to do, but I have a brain that likes to focus on one thing at once. I have that problem as well, where like it's really hard for me to focus on more than one project at a time, which is actually why I'm doing this. I have barely DIY'd in the last month because I've been so focused on video and video production, because I've had a couple of videos that I've been working on recently. I am a video essayist. You can find my stuff on YouTube, !YouTube. But with all of those, with the video essays being my primary focus lately, I've just not been giving any time to my DIY projects. And me doing this on stream right now is a way of forcing myself to sit down and DIY while I'm doing one of my other big projects, you know? Streaming is a scheduled activity that I do for a given number of hours every week, and it's a very consistent, big piece of my life. And so being able to sit down right now and utilize some of that time to, you know, kind of multitask talking to my audience and communicating with these big projects is helpful. I want to work DIY streams into the schedule more often because, like, I like doing them. I like doing them. It gives me a space to simultaneously, or rather guiltlessly, work on this. Nothing is going with me, especially if I'm half asleep. Literally, we could go excellent stand my pinky toe on my injured foot. Shit, hang on in there. I hope you're able to get more rest, though, genuinely. Like watching them? Hell yeah. I think it's a lot of fun to be able to just work on projects on stream. It's also why I do art streams pretty regularly. Like, they're spaces for me to get a lot of the work that I need to be doing done anyway, while still getting to chat and entertain my audience. I love streaming, but it's a big time commitment. So being able to, like, work my loves into my content is important, you know? Want to build Lego so much, so badly on stream, I have so many to build. Do it! Genuinely, there's a big audience for like Lego building and like minifigure painting and shit like that. I know a lot of people who do hand cam streams where they do Lego or they do minifigure painting. I even know someone who does regular DIY streams where he fixes retro consoles. I heavily recommend it. There's absolutely a market for it if that's your concern. Streaming does sound fun, yeah. For me, I adore streaming. It's one of my jobs, you know. This is about half my income. But it is also just a passion project of mine, something that I really adore. I love getting to yap and entertain an audience and function as both an educator and entertainer. I love getting to sit in that kind of cross space between those fields. And this gives me the opportunity to do that. And I do usually do like 3 hours of just chatting content at the very start of my streams. We spend the first 3 hours just sitting there talking. But I think occasionally bringing in art into DIY gives me a space to like have background noise, you know? It allows me to multitask while also having the background noise and something to do with my hands. Because I'm going to be fidgeting no matter what. Just don't get involved with the bricks and minifigs community. Why not? Know a dude that does videos and streams where he just fixes up car shit? Yeah. There's a market for a lot of content. It's not the market, it's just finance is limiting me right now. Ah, got it. Yeah, that's always a problem. Money never stops being an issue. Hello, Natpop, how are you doing today? Bye. Woof woof. Chat, what if I just arp? You know? What if I just arp? You know? You could literally watch paint dry, someone will come and sit with you. I've done that before. I've done a stream where I've watched paint dry for 6 hours. Thank you for the Bark Boy Bark Omega scales. Arp! I did manage to successfully yap for those full 6 hours while we watched paint dry. It was honestly more than anything a measure of my ability to speak for extended periods of time, and I did it. I was okay at it. I didn't do horribly. We take that. All right. Can speak for extended periods, but not 6 hours. Oh, my minimum stream length is 6 hours, and I usually try to go longer. I haven't been able to go longer lately, but my minimum stream length is 6 hours. I will be here every Monday, Wednesday, or most Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, occasionally Fridays, 7 p.m. EST, for a minimum of 6 hours, unless I am having a mental health issue. Or a physical health issue. If I am well enough to be live and I am not at a punk show, I will be here on those days and times. Speaking of, met up with this dude today for a job interview. Finally landed another interview. Job is literally just driving trucks full of cow milk to plants to get pasteurized, to get fat removed and be homogenized. I mean, hey, nothing wrong with that. Those jobs tend to be decently compensated, from what I hear. That said, you do gotta be a good driver. What did Peru say? Give me a second. Let me scroll back up. Bricks and Minifigs Company is an incredibly evil company that stole from a terminally ill man and also has the cops at their pocket. Got it. Okay, cool. Was not aware of that. Understood. Chat, I'm probably the least chronically online VTuber you follow. I don't know jack shit. I don't use the internet much. I'm not sure what's happening online ever. Sadly, the content I would love to make is edited highlights of gaming playthroughs done by a lot and lame. Would love to do art-related things. I mean, okay. As far as, like, edited highlights of gaming playthroughs, there is... Okay. So when you're trying to get into content creation, it's really important to think about what you can offer that makes your content unique. Because yes, a lot of people do gaming playthroughs. What can you do to put a unique spin on it? That's why a lot of people do like 100 hours. I spent 100 hours in this game type things, or I spent a year in this game, or I 100%ed this game so you don't have to kind of playthroughs. That's where that comes from. It is a desire to make that style of content while putting a unique spin on it. I've thought about doing content wherein I like play through games and give leftist commentary on them. And there are a few video essays ideas that I have that are still along that line. I've just mostly shifted away from it as I've realized I kind of just want to talk about politics, you know? As I've more and more realized that one, I don't really like playing video games. I'm not a gamer, and two, I really just like talking about politics. I've kind of realized that I'm better off focusing on that. Currently making food, might be an hour, so I'm alert. No worries, you got this. Wish I could stay up and skedaddle. Of course. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. Always a pleasure to have you. Better see those pants littered a year from now. Hopefully, with any luck. Hold me to it. Used to love 100 Days of Mod and Minecraft videos before joining the boycott. Same, genuinely. I honestly feel kind of bad for the number of like Minecraft content creators who are very dependent on the game for their income in the midst of this. Because it's really hard if you fully settle into a specific game to separate out your content from it. Hi, VoxMarinex. I could look some other time, but probably not right now because I'm in the midst of sewing. My hands are busy. Gonna look for a bit, unless I pass out. Gotta work on a commission. Of course. Good luck. We love co-working around here. Ulib Pup VT is my partner. She hasn't streamed much lately. That's how it goes. I'm not familiar, but I hope that she finds the time and space to stream soon. Streaming is really important to me. I do it on a schedule. Genuinely, like, if anyone's concern with streaming is maintaining momentum, the best pieces of advice I can give there is just do it on a schedule. Because as soon as you start allowing yourself to cancel or allowing yourself to take breaks, or, you know, if you say you're just gonna do it when you feel like it, gonna be so real, you're never gonna do it. And I know that kind of sucks and hurts to hear, but it's a big reality for a lot of, like, neurodivergent people. If you say, okay, I'm only going to do this thing when I feel like it, you're going to burn out and you're not going to want to do it ever. The way that I get myself to stream on a schedule, or the reason I get myself to stream regularly is that I stream on a schedule, and it's a very tight schedule. It's very consistent. Hello, Ing's Cauldron. Thank you. We're working on my patch pants. Slowly getting some new patches on here. Okay. I think that's okay placement. Hopefully. Some amount late from the L raid. No worries. We love L. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you all had a wonderful time over at L side of things. By the way, L is currently doing a big like donathon. Y'all should totally check it out. There's some money if you can. That said, please take care of yourselves first and foremost. God, I'm stumbling over my words a lot because I am on Vyvanse. Why can't I scroll? Let me scroll. Twitch, be nice to me. There we go. All right. There we are. Take myself all. What did I say? Did I say something? I don't know what this is in response to, my bad. I don't know why, but I just had the mental image of A doing patch face masks. See, that would kind of defeat their purpose, but it would be really cool looking, you know? Like, putting patches on face masks would kind of defeat their purpose, because you're introducing, like, holes into something that's meant to block the spread of disease and all of that, but that would look cool. You do kind of have to, like, print designs on them if you want designed ones. All right. I think it's a good time for me to head to sleep. Of course, of course. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. I've turned up again soon. Hope the rest of you have a good time. Of course, of course. Hope to see you around in the near future. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Patches on a bandana could work, but they'll stiffen the fabric. Yes. Peak places to put your patches are going to be like pants and jackets. That said, I've seen patched shoes that look really cool. Like I saw a pair of patched up Converse that looked really cool. Yeah, patched canvas shoes are based as hell. I just heavily recommend people to like DIY. If you want to stand out in public and have a strong sense of style, you'll probably inevitably have to do some amount of DIY, because even like resizing and fitting the clothes you own to yourself is an amazing step towards that direction. I heavily recommend learning to sew, learning to DIY, learning to modify your shit. If you're going for alt aesthetics especially, but like there's a lot of people who I think there's a lot of trans people who part of the reason they still experience dysphoria is because they haven't really found a personal style yet and are either wearing really generic clothes or wearing the same things they were beforehand. And that's not to say that you have to completely change up your style when you transition, but like learning to dress yourself is a skill. And I heavily recommend folks take a look into learning these skills of DIY if they want to build out a wardrobe that feels them. Whether that means resizing the clothing you own or making things. Even like little bits of jewelry and accessories can add a lot to an outfit. Philly patch swimwear could be a little uncomfortable depending on thread and such. Yeah, and a lot of designs will get fucked by the water. Would not recommend. Chlorine will absolutely fuck with like the designs and shit. Hi, host. How are you doing? Burp, bye bye. Chat, that's my friend. Chat, I have a lot of friends. My friends are cool. At least I survived. Okay. Do you know what kind of needle you're using for patches? Currently sewing a patch on my bag and I'm absolutely struggling. This is just a regular sewing needle. Nothing special about it. Give me one sec. I'll show you when I pull it through. But it's literally a regular fabric sewing needle. How do you clean patched clothing? If you want to clean them, you need to... So you do not want to machine wash this stuff because it'll fuck up the stitching, and depending on how well painted the designs are, a lot of them have not been sealed to protect them from water. You need to hand wash them. You're gonna like either fill up your sink or your bathtub with water, and you're gonna fucking hand wash them. There's a reason, though, that these are called crust pants. There's a reason they're called crust pants. And the reason is that they get crusty. The reason is I've owned these pants and I've been patching them for just under a year and I've washed them once. There's a reason they call them crust pants. It is gross, but that is literally just part of like, you know, being punk. If you have like heavily like there's a reason why it's called crust punk. There's a reason why it's called why they're crust pants. There's a reason why this stuff is so big in punk culture. And some of it just does come from the fact that like a lot of this shit originates from the high rates of homelessness amongst punks. A lot of like crust punk culture in particular originates from like, homeless punks. One sec, I reached the end of that playlist. But a lot of this shit originates from like homeless punks who don't have permanent housing and DIY these clothes as part of the subculture and are constantly patching their shit up, but like they don't have the ability to wash their clothes. And it evolves into this culture wherein, if you have a heavily patched garment like this, you can't really wash it anyway. Hello, Milked Toast. Bark bite bite. That said, like, yeah, fucking, it's just part of the culture. If you are going to wash them, you kind of have to hand wash them. I'm not excited about that. Dirty clothes make me itch because I have eczema, and that's so fair. Like, ultimately, take care of yourself first and foremost. It's not always the most comfortable lifestyle, and you don't have to have like patched clothing to be punk. It is a big part of the subculture, but it's not necessary. There are lots of other ways to display punkness. I just fuck with this shit. That said, like, this patch used to be so much brighter, the text used to be so much clearer, and all of that fading is just due to being exposed to rain. Putting these in the wash would destroy them. You would be the favorite uncle just for the idea of crust clothing and not bathing constantly. I know it's one of the grosser elements of the punk subculture, but like it's part of the subculture, It's not a necessary part of it that you have to participate in, but it's a thing that, people are gonna do. Maybe because I'm privileged, but I don't think I could ever not wash my clothes. I promise I wash the rest of my clothes. I promise the only things that don't get regularly washed are the patched and DIY'd stuff, and I do wash them, like, at least every 6 months. These are due for another wash coming up soon, actually. But, like, it's kind of just part of punk. Like, I'm gonna be so real, if you're in a punk show, especially a really filled out one, that place smells like fucking sweat and alcohol. I got home from the show last night smelling like fucking spilled beer and sweat, and I'm gonna be honest, I passed out in the clothes I was wearing. It's punk. I hope people don't look at the fact that I like have patch pants and immediately think I'm gross as a person. Like, I shower regularly. I take care of myself. It's just a fact of patched clothing that you kind of can't wash them regularly. It's like worth noting, folk punk in particular is so interesting, was built on like homeless traveling bands that moved from place to place. I have a friend in my IRL punk scene who used to travel with like Days and Days and Mischief Brew back about a decade ago in her like Dirty Kid era, wherein she was, a fucking early 20 something homeless, had nowhere to go and was traveling alongside like other punks and alongside other people who didn't have a place to go. Folk punk in particular is very heavily built on the reason folk punk is so heavily acoustic is because it was people who were carrying their instruments on their backs traveling town to town. It is built, a genre built by fucking homeless punks who just wanted to make music and travel. And sometimes it was an often lifestyle, but not always. Hell, like, one of the most influential folk punk albums of all time, I forget what the name of it, but it's one of the Taxpayers albums, was recorded in a storage unit in Florida, because the band was living in a storage unit. My period of homelessness is almost like a badge of honor within the punk scene. It's something that gets me a lot of credibility. And I don't think it should necessarily. I think expecting that of people is rough, but it is certainly like a very common experience within the scene. I promise I don't smell, chat. I've had my scent described as like when you put linens in a closet and leave them alone for a while. And this is part of what makes folk punk so beautiful and community based, even though most punk is like that. I think especially so with folk punk. I agree. I was drawn to folk punk because it felt like the most DIY and grassroots that punk gets. And I adore that spirit. That is so, so important to me. It is really what brought me into punk. Oh, do you want to see some photos from the show last night? I have photos from the show I went to last night. I can show. Where is it? Alright, alright, alright. Where is it? Here it is. This is a flying raccoon suit. This is flying raccoon suit. I fucked up the alt text I'm noticing now. Whoopsie. We do our best around here. But this is flying raccoon suit. This is the lead of Bad Operation. They're very good. I have their patch somewhere. One sec. Bad Operation. That did not work well because I didn't have the thing pulled up. I'm doing my best. Bad Operation. That's the lead of Bad Operation. This is Kill Lincoln. They're absolutely fucking incredible as well. And then, of course, the person I went for, this is Jer. Jer, holy fucking shit, y'all. Jer, during the last song, crowd surfed while singing. That is absurd to me. What the fuck do you mean you sang while crowd surfing? How do you do that? Huh? That's God, I admire Jer so much. They have incredible stage presence and this really amazing ability to just go on speeches. And I know at this point, because I've seen them live twice, that a lot of their speeches are scripted. They give the same rants at every show, but they perform it and deliver it so well. It is an amazing kind of stage presence and energy that I wish I could bottle and occupy myself. I heavily, heavily admire them. They are incredible. They are an idol of mine in many regards, but the way that they are able to talk about politics and give these impassioned rants is something that I genuinely fucking admire. Jared wanted to aura form. It was really well done. Holy shit. Big Jer enjoyer. Who's this and how can I convince them to come to Utah? That is Jer. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did go to Utah at some point because they are a relatively sizable band. I can play some of their stuff. One second. Let me pull up Jer. I've seen them live twice now. I've like had personal conversations with them too. Very, very cool person. I'm just gonna play through Death at the Heart real quick. Why not? Need guidance on a problem with having familial wise? Dad thinks poor people should just get a job and shouldn't have major resources spent on homelessness. It's a problem they can fix. Obviously fight him on this, and pulls out the card of I've never had to suffer, which means it's true. I mean, ultimately, sometimes you can't push people out of mindsets like that. But ultimately, people are not getting paid enough. Living costs are too high. And it's a very large reality, you know? I'm someone who works 60 hours a week currently, and I had to do that to escape homelessness. how do I say? A lot of people are not lucky enough to have families that will allow them to stay past the age of 18. A lot of people are not lucky enough to be in situations wherein they were safe to stay for that long. A lot of people are not well off despite working really hard. I am someone who had to go through homelessness and had to fight my way out, and I've been very lucky. I don't think most people could even pull off what I pulled off. But you can't really, like, fucking talk everyone out of that shit. Some people will not have their minds changed. All right. If you want my input, punch the shit out of my dad because he was a Nazi and haven't talked to him since. But if you want trying to get through it with him, statistics from multiple sources. Some people, like, refuse to, how do I say, some people refuse to fucking, like, take feedback on this shit, and you can't save everyone, you know? Been an honor, but I think it's time for me to hit the hey, of course, you take care, Drakewood. Bye. Hope to see you around sometime in the near future. Take care of yourself, alright? But no, the way that Jer fucking talks and speaks and gives rants is so incredible, and they're a very talented musician. Someone that I greatly admire. I want to bottle up all of that talent and fucking be able to embody that kind of energy in my streams even. It inspires me so much. I think one of the things that does eventually make a lot of parents realize is when they have to watch their kids like job hunt and get a job and realize how poorly compensated and jobs are and how poorly people are treated. You know. But ultimately you can't convince everyone. I think sometimes you just don't have the ability to fight those fights. God, chat, last night I got to crowd surf to the song Say Gay or Say Goodnight by Jer. That was peak. I ended up on stage for a very brief moment. Insidious God-given right to commodify human life. We can tell by the way you tune it out. The way you tune it out. Alright. I know that I want to help people like that as much as I can, but don't know what all they go through. At some point, want to just take myself on just to know how everyone I want to help go through so I can help them properly. Can I repair roads that I do not pave? And that's fair. How do I say? Like, I don't know how you talk to people who genuinely believe that the homeless are just lazy. And unfortunately, my story isn't particularly helpful there because I did escape, but I escaped by working absurd hours and by worsening health issues in ways that I'm still recovering from. I still faint, like, once or twice a month because of the conditions that I'm exposed to. And it was a lot fucking worse in the past. It was a lot fucking worse before I started getting help. I fucking was working 60 hours a week and barely eating to a point where I was 112 pounds as a fucking 5'10" person. Wherein I was sleeping oftentimes less than 4 hours a night. Like, it's... I don't know how you talk someone out of that shit, honestly. In debate terms, that point would be called a non sequitur. Suffering does not make you smarter, certainly doesn't give you the authority to say an entire group of people you don't know are homeless because they're lazy or whatever. See, I don't like the using, how do I say? I find a lot of debate technique is not very useful when you're talking to, like, people outside of debate settings. But I don't know. That's a me problem. I was homeless, would not have escaped if it weren't for my mom getting her own apartment. Got out by chance. Yeah. No, I'm lucky that I had an established audience that was able to help me fight my way out of homelessness, and I would not have been able to do it were it not for this shit. Hello, Gracie Bacon! Don't apologize. There's no such thing as being late. It's a fucking Twitch stream. You're totally good. How are you doing today, Gracie? You know, unfortunately, in my experience, they don't even really believe that. They just want to excuse to victim blame someone who they don't care about anymore. Yeah. This is true. Or rather, who they don't care about, yeah. Like, you... Especially when you're in that house, it is probably not a fight worth fighting. It might be a conversation that you have if you manage to get out. I've known a lot of people for whom, like, conflicts and disagreements with their family eased when they were out of those situations, you know? There's something about separation that makes some of those parents realize the harms that they've done, and that's not a guarantee. But sometimes removing yourself from the situation and no longer being reliant on them gives them forces, because they no longer have power over you, forces them to reflect. It's been slow. I'm debating a job change, taking notes from what I see here from my own clothes. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Enjoy dinner, Zelda. Bye bye bye. They say debate is about convincing the other side of the debate to come to your point, but I feel like public debates are more about convincing the audience watching you review. Oh, absolutely. Like, I think, okay. There's been a handful of times where I've had people come into chat and try to use debate logic against me. And I think even just doing that, like, there's a lot of young leftists who think that's how you have conversations and how you, like, find the right viewpoint and that's how you change minds. And it's not. Debate is not necessarily even about changing minds, I'd argue. But in any case, like, you don't make a difference by trying to debate someone in a Twitch chat. Debate is a thing that happens in a very specific setting and format, with pre-written defined points and arguments, and not with the intent of changing the mind of your opposition, with the intent of informing and having an audience come to a conclusion. It's not about convincing the people you're talking about. Debate is a form of performance which is intended to convince an audience more so than your opponent, and is a thing that you conditionally and consensually enter. Whenever I have people, like, you know, come into my chat and try to debate me and try to use debate terminology against me, I'm like, this is not the setting for that. Debate is a thing, again, for it is a type of performance wherein people have time to fucking prepare and where people consensually enter, and wherein conversations, how do I say, are pre-written and scripted. I don't know. I have a lot of feelings on the nature of debate. I'm not a big fan of debate content. God, chat. Oh my god. I kind of fucking hate, like, political debate content creation specifically. Like, you know, YouTube videos and streams and the like, which purport themselves as debate content. I really don't fuck with it. 'Cause why are we sitting there, like, working alongside and platforming our enemies and allowing for the spread of their ideas, and then just, like, or rather, how do I say, facilitating the spread of their ideas, and then acting like we're getting anything out of it. I'm not a fan of debate style content. I had a debate with someone yesterday. Love debates. Did either of us teach each other? No. Still think the guy was a pro-empirical asshat. Probably still thinks I'm an anti-democracy anarchist loser. And that's fair. If you enjoy that, hell fucking yeah. But God, I kinda don't fuck with debate content. It really feels oftentimes like a pompous attempt of people to pretend that they're more intellectual than others, and like I don't vibe with it. Hello, Nico. Bark for my bite. Things are going well. We're DIYing a little bit. And this is no shade to people who just genuinely enjoy the format of a debate and like the formality of it, but like I could never. I could never. And if it wasn't clear, my Twitch streams are not a space where debate occurs. Just a guy. I'm a guy who's read a couple books and watched a couple video essays and who yaps on the internet. I do not consider myself an authority on fucking anything. Ultimately, I am sharing my thoughts, and I am not a perfect person. Chad, please do not put me up on a pedestal. I am not a perfect person, and I am not an authority on anything. I've had opinions that have changed in the last year and shit. Like it's. I'm just a guy. Hello, Mr. Bookboy. How are you doing? Bye bye. There's a short joke in there. I'm just a guy. Don't hold myself or my opinions up on a pedestal. I'm just a guy. A is a white boy. Take what he says and add seasoning to it. No, no. Yeah. 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 Hello, Jilly Goober. Welcome on in. I watch you because you're a quirked up white boy, not because you're perfect. No, I admit that, like, one of my greatest flaws as, like, a leftist who talks and thinks about leftist, points is that, like, my life experience is very white. Like, I acknowledge this. And there have been times I've been kind of called out on that and had people tell me, like, hey, buddy, it's a very white boy take of yours. And I'm like, you know what? Fair. Totally fucking fair. Obviously, like, I am an aggressively white boy, and so my lived experience of that is, like, that of a fucking, white boy, and I'm gonna have fucking blind spots. I hate how true that is, though. I definitely acknowledge, like, one of my greatest, and I try my best, but one of my greatest, like, weaknesses or points of failure or whatever you want to call it as, like, a guy who talks about leftist issues is, like, yeah, I'm a white boy. Hello, Gibbery, welcome on in. I appreciate it. This is, by Dumpster Meds by a friend of mine. I could play some Dumpster Meds. One sec, he doesn't have his stuff on Spotify, which is so fair. One sec. We're gonna pause the JR for a second to play my friend's shit. A little bit loud, one sec. This is a buddy of mine, Dumpster Meds, also known as Adam. One second, let me pull this up. The self-made patch is his merch. He's super cool. Listen, for the record, I don't pay for Spotify. I'm benefiting off of a fucking family plan of someone else's who I know doesn't care enough to cancel, and I don't think knows that I'm still on it, and I'm just fucking stealing at this rate. Lolamau. I'm benefiting off of the theft at this rate. Fuck Spotify. Absolutely screw them. I'm not giving them money, and I'm not going to be able to convince the people who are to stop, so I might as well fucking leech. Do, do, do. But nah, love Adam. Fair lift because I can't pay for it. I'm not giving the mad money. Real and valid. Parasite life is actually profitable. True. No, that's Adam. That's a buddy of mine. We love dumpster meds. All right, back to the chair. Just use an ad blocker and experience is mostly the same. Valid. I didn't know because okay, I use like the mobile app a lot. I listen to music via my phone all the time, so I don't know how much that works. But you know. Alright. Is volume good, by the way? Barber by Bite. Now I want to hear an example white boy AE take. Okay, like one of the moments that I was kind of called out on that was when I was talking about furry culture. And my perspectives on like the furry community's openness and like why it appeals to so many neurodivergent folk and like the acceptance within the furry community. And a viewer who was a person of color did call me out on like, you know, the furry community is very white and is honestly oftentimes fails the people of color within the community. And I'm like, you know what? That's so fair. I wouldn't fucking know because I haven't experienced that. You know, that's real as shit, actually. That's the kind of shit, you know? I've got my blind spots. I can't believe AE would lead instead of paying an overpriced luxury item. Chat, I've been on someone else's Nintendo Switch Online family plan for, oh god, nearly a decade. And I don't think he knows I'm still on it. We're no longer in contact. Need to get around to ripping music to MP3 because I'm fucking done with streaming services. Real and valid. Listen, nothing wrong with that. Genuinely, you would probably benefit the artists you listen to more if you just stopped paying for streaming services, pirated all of their shit, and bought an album once a month. But, you know. I love buying CDs. That's what I've been doing lately. I feel like the critique also applied to my local trans support network. Okay. If I can say this, hey, trans people in my audience. I'm saying this as a white trans boy, but hey, white trans folk in my audience. If I can critique the trans community for a moment, it does bother me a lot of the time, and this is honestly for the whole queer community, but it does bother me a lot how often the trans community is most interested and often almost exclusively interested in the trans fight, and treats most other angles and forms of oppression as like less important or less severe. And I'm very kind of exhausted with it, especially with how much intersectionality impacts our community. The fight for trans rights was spearheaded by fucking black trans women. Why are we sitting here acting as though the struggles and fights of other minority communities are less serious than ours or only matter when they intersect with ours? It bothers me. It bothers me how a lot of trans folk act as though they are the most oppressed group in the world. And ignore how important intersectionality is within our own fucking community, even. No one's free until we're all free. Which is not to say that, like, the issues of trans people don't matter. They obviously fucking do, and obviously our rights are under attack, but, like, let's not act as though we are the most marginalized group in modern America. Shout out to Marsha P. Johnson, in fucking deed. Question for AE, before I go destroying it, got a very thin leather jacket that I want to customize, with patches like these, this hurt it in a bad way. So sewing patches onto a jacket, yes, you are going to hurt the leather, but if you use proper needles and you're okay with the fact that you are going to punch holes in your leather, that's fine. Iron-ons are a good option. I would, however, recommend looking into like a specialty leather fabric glue if you're going to be putting fabric patches onto your leather jacket. I think that's because for some white trans people, being trans is their only experience being an oppressed minority. Yeah, and this is true. And there's like a whole economy based around like clickbaiting the horrors happening to trans people. Raise your brick for all of your brothers, sisters, and siblings. Mm-hmm. I actually, there's this rant that I've heard Jer go on twice now that I think is really relevant to this conversation, wherein Jer talks about an experience they had with having a fan ask them why they talk so much about, you know, shit going on in Palestine when they are a Black American and why they don't focus more on that fight. And they go on a whole rant about how the intersectionality of this shit matters, and I appreciate the hell out of that. Huh? All right. Like I think one of the best points that exemplifies this is how little a lot of people spoke about or cared about ICE until a white queer woman was killed, you know. If I can rant on this just a little bit, it really bothered me how many people didn't really give a shit or didn't talk about the horrors of ICE or acted as though things were suddenly so much worse and more important when a queer white woman was killed. How many people can only name Renee Good and Alex Preddy when over 30 people of color were killed by ICE in 2025 alone? Like, and people, the rhetoric of, oh, they're coming after us now, exhausts me. Because why is it suddenly something that you care about only when it impacts you? You know? Why do you only seem to care about this when it starts to impact you? Why is your fight and your care predicated on the idea that you're next and not on the fact that people are being hurt? But, you know. Hello, though, Royce. Lovely to see you. Bye. How are you? Do 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 do. All right. I think part of it is because it's seen as such a brazen escalation. Yes, but like, why does it have to be? And I think, so in my most recent video essay, I talk a lot about the notion of necropolitics. And I feel like this is a beautiful example of necropolitics in action. The fact that certain lives are seen as more acceptable losses than others. The fact that it is kind of normal and expected almost for people of color to be suffering at the hands of ICE. But now that it's a white person, suddenly it's scary and it matters and you gotta speak up. That is necropolitics in fucking action. So court hearing where they showed this Vietnam vet who they deported because he was a Korean immigrant. It was like, bro, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. The less dead is a term I've heard for that. Yeah, it's okay, there is actual academic terminology for this too. Ungrievable lives. And if you're interested in the subject, I'm going to heavily recommend a book. Ayo, Half, thank you for the raid. Barber by Bite, I'm talking about politics. How are you tonight? One moment. I'm going to pull this up real quick just so I don't forget. But, mods, make sure we get a shout out for Half Enlightened over here. Hello, everybody! It's so lovely to see you. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. You can hear me talking queer and leftist issues. I'm a loud anarchist. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and we're currently sewing a new patch onto my patch pants. How goes it? Barber bite bite. Everyone, make sure you give some love to Half. Half is a wonderful artist and a good friend of the channel. Someone who, one of my oldest friends actually in the content creation scene. Someone who I've known for many years now. Jesus Christ, how many? I've known you for 4 years. How does that make you feel, Half? Can I speak? How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Do you feel old yet? No, everyone make sure you give Half some love. Extremely, extremely talented artist from Space Brazil. We love Half. How does that make you feel? Oh, listen, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm very bad at saying words. I've been stumbling over my speech a lot, especially, like, when I'm on Vyvanse. I mean, it will feel old just looking at you because you're so young. I'm 24. I'm turning 25 in a few months, Half. In 3 months, I'll be 25. Like, what the fuck do you mean? 24, baby? I'm killing you. I'm killing you. Let me copy this. So, there will be an ad hitting in a second. I apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. But I am going to bring up the Wikipedia page for that book I was talking about. I'm basically double your age. Wow, incredible. 25 seems so young. I'm 37. For the folks who are new around here, how old did you think I was? Genuinely curious. How old did you assume I was? I'm very curious how old people read me as. Always knew you were a baby. What if I killed you with my teeth? When I first came around, 22 to 23. Blech. Fuck you. Hello, Baphomet, though. How are you doing? Alright, alright. Turned 22 this month. Honestly, life's been so awful and hectic that I'm struggling to keep track of my age. I feel that. I constantly forget that I'm not 20 anymore. To be fair, I think you were 23 at the time. Okay, so it was reasonable. Don't think I've ever seen an old fox. They always look so old, or always look so young. One sec. Does that help? Does that help? That just makes you feel more handsome. All right, then. Why are my buttons not switching back? Wait, no. Okay. All right, I'm normal now. Please go back to the politics, though. I need to get informed. Of course, of course, of course. So, we were talking a little bit about, like, ICE killings and the fact that people only seemed to start caring when, like, a couple white people got killed, rather than remembering the 35 people of color that had been killed. I think it was either 35 or 36. I forget the exact number, but, like, the 30-something people that had been killed in 2025, people of color that had been killed in 2025, which brought me into the subject of precarious lives or ungrievable lives. This is a concept that I was first introduced to by Judith Butler. No one is surprised. Chat, he reads Judith Butler. No one is surprised. No one is fucking surprised. But this is a series of 5 essays written by Judith Butler, which address the response of America to 9/11 and explores a lot of necropolitics and necroviolence, and particularly it explores the notion of a precarious life. It introduced me to the idea that there are lives that are valued less than others, and thereby are seen as more acceptable losses. And that is what necropolitics is about. So, like, to refer to, you know, those, what was the term that was used in chat? Let me see if I can find it. Please. I want to find the word. Why won't you let me scroll? Be nice. Fuck it. I'll scroll on my laptop 1 sec. There was a term used. One sec. Want to hear so much more about your thoughts on necropolitics? This is truly fascinating and really sad. I would love to talk more on it. It's like one of my special interests. It is genuinely one of my special interests. Less dead is what people said. But the term we would use in academia would be like precarious lives or ungrievable lives. That is the like actual terminology that exists in academia, because this is the thing that we talk about in academia. Huh? Hello, am the man. Bye bye bye. It's when you're a politician and dead. So the feral bastard has literacy. Chat, I read. Chat, I live in an abandoned library. Do you really think I'm not literate? Come on. Chat, I'm literate, I promise. I promise I can read. Okay. So you don't use the books as food? No, I read them. A lot of people have been telling me that the subject matter of my most recent video is somehow related to the finale of The Amazing Digital Circus, and I haven't watched it yet. I've had a lot of people say that to me. Fear. I haven't watched it yet. I was supposed to watch it last night and I didn't. Also, maybe we please talk about the way white culture is often put on a pedestal, or oftentimes in queer spaces treated as the only option. Like, I want to see more Desi trans girls bring apologies for if I pronounce things wrong. Kufia to Pride. Absolutely, no, 100%. Like, the queer community is very white dominated, and I think that's very unfortunate and something that needs to be fought back against. And I want to see more like trans people bring their, and queer people in general, bring their fucking culture into our spaces. Absolutely. Like, there's this very white liberal kind of queer pride that I don't fuck with. Do guinea pigs eat books? No. Not to my knowledge. I'm also not a guinea pig, so I wouldn't know. Huh? But, like, I acknowledge, like, I've got a lot of blind spots in that area, but I try. Okay, how do I say this? There's no quote-unquote white culture, but, like, there are bits, like, how do I say this? Like, white culture isn't necessarily a thing, but there are, like, spaces and countries and cultures that are from, like, predominantly white countries and spaces and shit, you know? Like, yeah, there is no such thing as quote-unquote white culture, but there is such thing as a, like, southern culture, you know? But that might just be semantic at that point, you know? How else do you digest the knowledge I read? That said, like, it's fucking complicated. And it is worth noting with the South, a lot of that culture is also, like, built off the work and backs of, particularly, black people as well, so. Huh? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Listen, I love fucking Southern food, alright? I grew up on fucking Southern food, and I love that shit, alright? I will never diss Southern food. Do, 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 do. You can take country fried steak from my cold dead hands. You know? You can tear country fried steak from my cold dead talons. Hello, Monster Kicker. How are you doing tonight? Barber Bite Bite. How is Fobbs? I'm doing all right. I went to a show last night. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather tonight. I'm just hoping that I'm not sick. Because I cannot afford to get sick right now, being so dead ass. But you know. I mean, you can take country music for my cold dead hands. Real! Chat. Okay. Hello. Welcome on in, Schnet. How are you doing? Bark my bite. Hello, Terrapin Scoots as well. Enjoy your lurk. Chat, to every person who goes, oh, I love all music except for country, I'm about to ruin your shit, okay? To every person who has ever said, oh, I hate country music, I like all music except for country music, give me a second. Or, yeah, I love all music except country music. One sec, where is it? There it is. Yeah, shout out to Tyler Childers. Good shit. You want the fight, you call yourself an outlaw. See your sheep, they're not our neighbors, they're not for ditch. Where my outlaws at? Where my outlaws at? Oh, fuck the law, the free ain't free for all until the ain't fucking yaw, it's yeehaw, fuck the law. Listen. I was hoping this is where you were going with that. Yeah! This song fucking slaps. Fucking Anti-Ice track by Brian Andrews. This is Yeehaw by Brian Andrews. It's a very loud Anti-Ice track. He's bringing country back, indeed. Love this motherfucker. Ain't free for all until the law ain't fucking y'all. It's yeehaw, fuck the law. Oh, Drink with the Dead is also good. I don't think I know that one, but hell yeah. Outlaw's back. Like, this song's just calling out, fucking, like, white Southern folk for acting as though they're outlaws and not taking action when the law is fucking disrespecting people. When a lot of country music was built on, like, outlaw culture and shit. And I fuck with that heavy. Funnily enough, remember coming across this song once and thinking it'd be something for A. I love this song. It's very good. Please, work with me. Can't stand pop country or whatever the song country music radio stations plays is called. See, the reason why a lot of people hate country music is because they either associate it with their parents or they associate it with like right-wing Southern politics. And the point I mean to make is that that's not what country music historically was, and it's not what it has to be, and that stylistically country music goes hard. And the handful of like left-wing country musicians that I've stumbled upon over the years are like fucking gems. I just think it sounds good, and that's okay. If you genuinely dislike country on a stylistic level, that's chill. I'm someone who really stylistically enjoys the styles of the stylistic elements of like folk and country, you know? All right. A lot of my favorite band stuff is actually country. One sec, let me pull up some Pigeon Pit. Pigeon Pit is my favorite band. And they play the whole range from folk to country. Some of their stuff's country, some of their stuff's folk. But if I can find, it would be on Crazy Arms. Here, Josephine County Blues. Lady Josephine will kill ya. You're gonna die a millionaire. Fuck with Pitch a Bit Heavy. I love them. My grandpa would probably disown me if they knew me now, and I'm sorry that's the case, you know? But you don't have to worry about that shit anymore. You're yourself, and that's worth it. Have a whole line of black punk bands. Knew 3 of the groups mentioned in them before I got it. Death Grips. I don't know how to pronounce the last one, but hell yeah. Would you mind sharing that Zine in the Discord, actually? Because I want to get more, I'm always happy for recommendations of new bands, and I want to get more diversity in, like, the folks I listen to. No pressure, but, you know. A horror, got it, okay. Wait, that sounds familiar. Give me a second. Do I know this? I don't know if I know this. I would have to listen to some songs to know. Alright. Pigeon Pit's such a vibe. Of course, I love Pigeon Pit. They're so good. They are... They're my favorite band for a reason. Huh? Leave so much running from a father's drunken rage. On that trigger, darling. I like how it takes me 3 hours to sew a patch into some shit. It takes longer because I'm streaming, but also it just does take me forever to sew this shit. I'm doing my best. Just ain't meant to be found. Some buried treasures just ain't meant to be found. I love how you've been on the same stage for 20 minutes. What if I killed you? Been going them mostly for my zone out time. It's been nice. Fucking folk punk is so important to me. Most punks in Germany call me a basic bitch for my favorite band. I mean, no shame in that. Enjoy what you enjoy. I personally really like obscure music. I really, like, the more obscure the better for me, honestly. I love my music as obscure as possible. But that's just me. Oh my god. You take care of One Eyed Ghost Kid. All the best. Bye-bye. You're so gay you crashed my community. You crashed my computer as soon as I opened up stream. Congratulations! Chat, I didn't know I was so powerful that I could, like, shut down electronics from a distance. That's so cool of me. I can't believe I can do that. I'm so cool. No problems or expectations. The terror breathes beside me. Of sabotage. Throughout the door was closed. You don't have to stay here, but you can't still home. And cheap red wine. I'm gonna steal from your boss. Sounds like what I use my apprentices for. I'm 3 puppies in a trench coat. I love this for you. Chat, sometimes a guy is just a weird Celtic beast a weird obscure beast from Celtic folklore and also a dog. You know? Sometimes a guy is just you know? Recently been gravitating towards electronic music, specifically hopping around Warp Records catalog. I'm not very familiar, but hell yeah. Like, I'll admit, I almost exclusively listen to folk punk and ska punk. That's just kind of where I am. But enjoy what you enjoy. Live your best life. I actually had a video essay idea the other day that is currently sitting in my ideas list, which is, you know, a thing in my phone notes. I keep so much shit in my phone notes. But I have this list of video essay ideas chilling in my phone notes, and the newest entry in it, actually the second newest entry in it, because I had another idea this morning, is a video tentatively titled "The Other Type of Trans Music" or "The Other Genre of Trans Music," with the thumbnail of folk punk, because modern folk punk is extremely trans dominated. Of the, like, you know, major folk punk bands currently operating, I think all but two of them are trans led. Maybe all but three. And I would love to, especially because I have so many connections within the scene, get the chance to interview some of those musicians and, like, talk to them and make a video about what drives so many of these people to folk punk and whatnot, in the way a lot of people have done around hyperpop. Very often when people think of trans music, they think of hyperpop, and I wanna kind of challenge that with this other genre that is so deeply trans. And I think there's something to be said for the ways in which, like, hyperpop focuses so heavily on, like, the feeling of dissociation. The aesthetic and vibe and energy of hyperpop is so dissociative and messy. And there's something to be said for the ways in which folk punk is so much more grounded. I would make the argument that they are kind of opposites of each other in what they communicate. That hyperpop is this genre about it is this dissociative, discordant energy, and folk punk is much more grounded. It is about coming to. It's much more community grassroots in a way that I think. I think there's a few different ways to approach being trans, and a lot of people sit in this circle of, like, heavy self-hatred and dread versus taking joy in community and changing yourself. And there's something in that. There's something to be said there that I need to iron out. But I think folk punk is what happens when trans people invest themselves in their local communities and touch grass. Which is no insult to, like, people who are into hyperpop or hyperpop musicians, but I feel like folk punk is what happens when you go outside, have a tangible community, and touch grass. Is that too mean? Yeah, folk punk is very often music about community and loving life, and, like, it's so tangible. It's so tangible. You're touching grass. I love folk punk. The fast-paced music matches my heart rate, rushes my mind, puts in moments of mental panic. But folk punk hits in the side, needs to calm down from that. uh, I feel like folk punk is what happens when trans people touch grass. Ah, I touch grass and trees, so I'm like 80% wild coyote. Begging trans people on the internet to touch grass. Come on, work with me. Sorry, this stitch is gonna give me a bit of trouble because I'm doing like the little X crosses that I do for like flair. Never gonna be able to separate from the two fully the two sides of my coin, and that's so valid, genuinely. Like, this is not me dissing on hyperpop. I've enjoyed my fair share of it. But I think it's so interesting to me because when people talk about trans music, they tend to describe hyperpop, and I'm like, I see trans music as folk punk. To me, trans music is folk punk. There we go. Teehee. I was at a party last night where one of the group activities was someone going, yo, there's free blackberries outside, and a bunch of us running out of the woods to pick them. Yeah, nice. That sounds incredible. I would love to gather wild berries with my friends and eat them. That sounds peak. But, like, there's definitely something special about folk punk that draws in so many trans artists and people in general. Because, like, you know, don't get me wrong, there are trans ska punk artists, but it's by no means dominated in the way that, like, folk punk does. There's something. There's something there, chat. There's something in the water that's making all the trans people like folk punk. All right. Yeah, oh, totally fair, Gracie, and I don't mind you giving your thoughts at all. We ended up throwing that shit in some vodka. Hell yeah! You're reminding me that I have cherries currently in my possession. I let myself splurge a tiny bit on groceries this week because I was craving fruit. And chat, if you're craving fruits and vegetables, you should probably eat fruits and vegetables. All right. I think it's because people have so much love for life in the earthing community once they transition. It might be something like that, honestly. But, like, I have enough connections within the folk punk scene that I could probably get a couple folk punk artists. Like, I'm gonna be so honest, if I end up making that video, I am going to shoot a DM to X Dirty Fingers, who, like, we're acquaintances. We're acquaintances enough that she has approached me at shows to start a conversation with me. You know, we're acquaintances enough that she has approached me to start a conversation. So, like, I'm gonna DM her on my personal socials and be like, hey, would you be willing to take on an interview for this? Do you pop cherries with your mouth, or how do you consume them? I put them in my mouth and then I spit the seed out. The frogs are gaining the water so hard it's making the punks train. Wait, I'm screenshotting that. Give me a second. I'm screenshotting that and sending that to my friends. One sec. I'm putting that shit in my fucking local trans Discord server. Chat. Mods, there might be a bot in Discord. Hello, Frosty. How are you doing today? Perfect my bite. Chat. The frogs are gaying the water so hard it's making the punks trans. Mods, get him. Mods, take him out back. Mods, tell him about the rabbits. I'm not over that joke. I'm not over it. Alright. Mods, just fucking kill him. Mods, skip the funny shit and just fucking kill him. Not the MCR coming on too, Christ. Mods, disembowel. I was seriously before the stream going, yeah, surely I can sew like 3 or 4 patches on during a stream, during the just chatting segment of a stream. Surely I can do that. Oh, how wrong I was. No wonder this shit takes me forever. Heard Moss instead of Moz, and I was like, Lycan's cousin? Alright. Alright. We love Lycan. Shout out Lycan. I don't have a head mod, but if I had one, I'd probably make it Lycan. Hi, fanboy, how are you doing? Chatman:3. Chatman:3. So-called free thinkers when :3. Hello, the unemployed void. How are you doing today? So-called free thinkers when :3. So-called free thinkers when fish. Hello, Autumn Loves. How are you doing today? Hello, Blem. How are you doing? I forgot how. What do you mean? What do you mean how small my hands are? My hands aren't small. They're actually quite large. My hands are actually quite large, excuse you. One second, I can grab a tape measure. One second, I have a tape measure. Tape measure in inches. Alright, alright, I'm placing this as flat as I can. Alright. My hands are like 7 inches long. That's a tape measure. Salad finger hands? What if I kill you? They're like nearly 7 inches long. Thank you for the hydrate. Barber by bite. The most straight face. They're like, what? 4 inches wide? My hands are like 4 inches wide. You know? Gay salad finger ass hands. What if I killed you with a gun? Hey, have you considered that the chat are free thinker bottoms? Chat, I'm a switch, but I'm constantly amazed by how easy some of you are. You got long ass fingers like my GF. Yes, I have long ass fingers. I am tiny. Yes, the front bottoms. They're one of my favorite bands. I've seen them live twice. I love the front bottoms. You don't feel like talking. You can just sit. Chat, my first punk show was the front bottoms, actually. That was my first punk show. I saw the front bottoms on December 3rd, 2024. That was my first ever punk show. I've been punk for a decade. I just didn't have access to an IRL scene, so, you know. I'm a switch who is mostly a bottom. I mean, that's fine and good. Like, okay. I'm not gonna... I say this affectionately. I don't think this person is watching, but I was watching, like, Wonder's stream earlier, and Wonder was collaborating with someone, and I was just low-key a little bit, like, amazed by the level of bottom energy. I cannot imagine being... I say this affectionately. I cannot imagine being that pathetic. I also live from bottoms. They're cool as fuck. Like, this is not an attack. This is not meant to actually be mean or aggressive. I'm a Switch. I know what it's like to, how do I say? I've experienced like subspace and shit. I know what it's like to exist in that headspace. I cannot imagine being affectionately that level of pathetic. Pathetic affectionate, yes. I'm kind of sometimes amazed at like the level of subby some people are. Like being head empty, no thoughts, and that's real and valid. I say this with love. I say this with love, but sometimes, like the fact that there are people whose brains you can shut down with a good dog shocks me to this day. The fact that that's enough to just shut some people down and to stun lock some people is fascinating to me. Hello, Wolf Valley Games. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing today? Not the arf, arf, arf from the unemployed point. I love so much my friends with Lemma. I love that for you, genuinely. The fact that that stun locks some people is hilarious. Chat, local band. This is Confession Kids. I've got a patch for them right here. Local band. Good shit. Daddy saw. I'm a verse top in a community of 99% bottoms, being good in North Carolina. I love this for you. Good, just woke up, been asleep most of the day, kind of sick. Hey, I hope you feel better soon. I'm also feeling a little bit under the weather. I'm hoping I'll be better by tomorrow. But you don't have to call us out like that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't get it. I'm being fully genuine here. I don't get it. Like, live your life. Enjoy your shit. I'm not saying this judgmentally. I'm just... like, huh? Like, I say this as someone who exists within the kink scene. And it's possible that, like, I'm also just at a point in my life where I'm so used to engaging with this stuff that, like, it's just so normal to me. But, like, the number of people who hear that I'm, there's a lot of people who will hear that I'm a Switch, and who know that I'm, a dog or dog adjacent, and think they can stun lock me like that, and I'm like, you gotta put in more effort. You gotta put in more effort than that. Hello, playing Bar Bar Bye Bye. What's good, fellow half dog? I'm some weird fucking dog adjacent thing. I'm doing pretty good, Blem. How are you, fellow dog adjacent thing? You're a dirty, nasty mud and a very bad dog, I know, right? Half dog, half fox, half bird. It's a lot of halves. It's something like that. Trying to rush and get a video up before Pride Month. And same! Chat! Or Blem, brother. Blem. Blem, 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 blem. My HRT anniversary is on the 30th. I'm cheering you on. I'm cheering you on. We're both on the get a video out before the end of the month grind. But hell yeah! I hope you have good. I hope the Pride and Fighting Games video goes well. I'm surprised you're even a Switch. I figured you were a full top. That's really fascinating. I do admittedly intentionally lean more into that energy on stream because I find it gives me more control in interactions on chat. I find that when I lean more into that energy, people respect me and my boundaries more, and are more likely to, how do I say? I am less liable to have people attempt to take advantage of me or attempt to cross my boundaries when I present myself with more top lean. So I do intentionally lean more into that energy on stream, and I admittedly have developed more of a top lean since starting HRT, more of a dom lean, etc. But I am still a switch, you know. Talking about YouTube videos, shall we resume bullying the Fops for content? Yes, because I have 8 days to finish this video. I think 7 days technically at this point, and I'm very scared. I need to finish this script in the next 48 hours. I'm gonna trust, to be fair, tend to be less easy IRL because I'm very much temperamental, and that's real and valid. Again, like I just find it really funny, you know. I just find it really funny. Still need to make art and record lines. Hey, if you're looking for a space to co-work, let me know. I'm probably gonna be up really late tonight. A lot of work, I know. Luckily, this video is probably only going to be 20 to 30 minutes. I'm aiming for 30 minutes on this video. It's not going to be an hour-long piece. As much as I want it to be, I'm not pushing myself for that. But I got a lot of work on my plate. I get that, but I also do notice your bottom coming out a bit sometimes. I'm curious on the when there. I think I do occasionally let like the brat energy slip on stream. I do think that slips out of me occasionally. But I'm someone who, like, especially in the context of stream, I value being in control of shit. And so when it comes to like the context of stream, I do lean more into the top energy just because I naturally have more control and people are less liable to overstep my boundaries in that situation. I've genuinely found that, like, in times where I've, you know, not done that people have been a lot more liable to overstep and to kind of be shitty to me. I guess you do give bottom energy when talking about the woman you're into. What if I killed you? Slash Jade. Slash silly. Now I want to know what kind of women you're into. Androgynous punk women. Like, I'm mostly into men, any man with the slightest hint of femininity, and then, like, you know, androgynous punk women. Love the patch? Hell fucking yeah. This was done by a local musician, X Dirty Fingers. She's super cool. If I can be so honest, I think a lot of trans people, especially early on, very heavily lean into bottom energy because for the first time in their lives, they feel like they are allowed to be vulnerable and allowed to be loved. Especially if I can call out the trans femmes in my audience. A lot of trans femme people felt like they weren't allowed to be gentle, weren't allowed to be loved, weren't allowed to be vulnerable for their entire lives, and so they, as they start to transition and feel comfortable in themselves and allow themselves a level of vulnerability, there is a desire to be cared for and a desire to not have to inflict authority, because to do so is kind of the opposite of to be gentle and vulnerable in a lot of people's heads. So, you know, I think if it being so incredibly real, the exaggerated level of bottoms in the trans community is largely just due to people who for the first time in their lives are able to feel vulnerable and feel lovable. What if I killed you, huh? How about that? I'll kill you harder, huh? I'm very predictable in my responses. I feel this myself, kind of, and that's real and valid, and there's nothing wrong with that, straight up. Nothing wrong with that. I'm alert for a bit till the subject changes. No worries, and that's okay. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Listen, I'm someone who is very involved in my local kink scene and who is, like, you know, talked to a lot of people. Like, when someone is into something that I'm not into, I like to understand the why. So I've talked to a lot of people about this shit. I have a lot of, like, involvement in kink spaces, so, you know. Don't call me out. I'll already listen to the gentle ASMR. Oh my god, you're in so deep. It's really funny also just because if I can be perfectly honest, the primary kinks that people engage with that are like related to this shit is not stuff that I'm into. Like, okay, I don't like saying these words, and so I'm gonna try to avoid saying them, but the usage of like parental language in kink is something that I'm personally uncomfortable about. It's one of the things that I'm not into, and I've had to many times tell people not to refer to me with. Or not to engage with me in. And this is like, I enjoy what you enjoy. I'm not going to shame other people for engaging in those dynamics. I've talked to people. I understand why people like it. And no shame. I'm all here for like fucking risk-aware consensual kink. But I'm very explicitly not into those dynamics. I get an ick about saying the words, so I try to avoid saying them. It irks me to the extent that like even I have no shame or problem with people being into what they're into, but the words fucking I can't say them. But I think part of it for me is I'm not into that shit. And that's no shame to people who do enjoy those kinks and dynamics, live your life, risk aware consensual kink, all that shit. But it's not for me. For a lot of people, it is that desire to be cared for, and it's one way in which it expresses. And I think there's something to be said for the ways in which pet play in a lot of like trans spaces and queer spaces, specifically in trans spaces, actually, I would say, tends to lean more into that dynamic as well. There was a post I said that talked about the distinction between like the traditional like pup play of like the gay community versus like the modern wave of pet play on social media and whatnot, and they're very different dynamics. One focuses more on training, one of which focuses more on how do I say, one of which focuses more on like ownership and training and control, one of which focuses more on caretaking, you know. And that's not to shame anyone, do what you do, but I think it's really interesting. Also, this song is fucking incredible. This song makes me want to cry. There's actually some research article about puppy girls and trans sapphic kink that was published a year or two back. That's fascinating. I'll have to look into that, actually. But no, I think there is a really meaningful distinction between like the pup play that like has been in the gay community for a long time, like the modern wave of pet play we see on like social media, especially in trans spaces. Which is not to shame anyone or anything. Ultimately, like do what brings you fulfillment. You know, as long as activities are occurring between consenting adults, I don't care what you get onto. But there definitely is a distinction to be made there. And a lot of it, again, comes back to that desire to be cared for. You could say that the erosion of filial relationships from trans folk from their genetic donors contributes to wanting to have that type of dynamic loving partner. Not necessarily. I would not necessarily say that explicitly. I just think it's a desire to be cared for, and oftentimes caregiving is associated with like parental spaces. I think it plays a role in it, but not necessarily. You know? In any case, fucking I think we're getting as far into the discussion as I am comfortable getting into, though. So I'm kind of placing the line for how explicit we get here. Not to say that I'm not interested in speaking on the subject, just that I don't want things to get more explicit than where we're getting right now. You know. Here's the Puppy Girl research article if anyone wants to listen. Please, yeah, please, fucking. All right. Why did that get held? I'm saving that for future me because I'm definitely interested on the subject. But that's really funny. There it goes. All right. Yeah. Thumbs up. I'm really interested in having these conversations from a more like theoretical, psychological, sociological standpoint. I don't like to get too heavily into personal experiences or anecdote or like explicit stories, you know? I really like analyzing these things from a sociological standpoint, but yeah, that's where I'm at. I think it's probably just because it was a link, yeah. Makes sense, just interested in the social aspect of things. Yeah, yeah. Like, it's not even that I'm just interested in the social aspect of things, it's for the purpose of stream. I prefer not to get too explicit and deep into personal anecdote because this is not an NSFW channel. Hello, Silent Mori, welcome on in. Bye bye. My channel is not NSFW. We get into suggestive territory sometimes when we talk about like societal trends and the impact of this shit. But I don't like to get into the nitty gritty. Do 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 do. I like to observe the Mexploit fandom on Blue Sky from a detached intellectual view. I find that shit so fascinating. As someone who is not really into it but can see how it overlaps with things that I am into, I'm so fascinated about why people specifically trend toward it as compared to like other similar dynamics. And I'm not someone to speak on it. I don't have the information, but I'm so fascinated by it. Like, I've never personally met anyone who's into it outside of the context of, like, stream. But, like, if I ever meet someone in my local scene who is interested in it, like, I need to fucking understand. Like, I want to talk to them about it and understand. Genuinely so fascinated. Toe to toe, like David and Goliath. To the stone. Do, 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 do. I think it might just be Neon Genesis Evangelion. There's gotta be more, because, like, there's... Okay, the one thing that I can trace about it that I can like recognize as being a thing is the particular feeling of being a weapon, which is actually something that I heavily relate to. There are characters that I kin entirely because of their relationship to and feeling of being a weapon. Was gonna give a quick blurb about my personal experiences as a black person in King Spaces, but would have had to use multiple explicit terms, so I stopped myself. No, completely fair. And I think it's a really interesting conversation to have, absolutely. It's really difficult kind of finding the line given the fact that, like, my channel is not NSFW, but I like to talk about this stuff from a more distant standpoint, you know? It is a complicated line to toe, totally fair. But no, like the element of it that I do understand and can honestly relate to is the, you know, feeling as though you are a weapon. And that's the one thing I can see that differentiates it from other similar dynamics. But like, I don't know, and I want to talk to someone about it. I want to interview someone. The scene in Iron Giant where the giant is like, I'm not a gun, reverberated me so fucking hard. there are multiple characters that are on my kin list entirely because like they understand or describe themselves as weapons and that hurts me. That hurts me personally. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. There are more American kestrels in the areas of anywhere in North America than you think. Most time you see a mourning dove in a power line, it's actually an American kestrel. Similar color patterns on their underbelly, and mourning doves do not sit alone. I know the birds I see on a day-to-day basis are mourning doves because I'm very familiar with what mourning dove calls sound like. Mourning doves are my favorite birds. So I know what I'm seeing are mourning doves. I love mourning doves, but real and valid. All right, all right, all right, all right. Suddenly remember the time in my life I wanted to just be told what to do like a weapon. I think I get it. Real and valid. Reminds me of the show Generator Rex. Anybody watch that? I'm not familiar. The main character is literally the god guns. That's fascinating. Hello, Pyroraptor. Welcome back. Bye bye bye. How do I say? I grew up with a mourning dove nest, like outside my window, and so I'm very, very familiar with them. And they would nest like a couple times a year, every spring and summer. I love mourning doves. They're very important to me. I also never watched Ben 10, so I didn't have access to a lot of like media as a kid. Very, very cut off from like everything. So I lack a lot of those experiences. No, for me, I have this big complex about needing to be useful to the people I care about, and feeling like if I am not of use to them, then I lack value. Uh, and so, for that reason, I tend to see myself, and I have a lot of characters on my kin list who are there because of that similar complex of seeing themselves as a tool or a weapon. That is a trauma response. I know. I'm aware. It's something that's not as strong in my life as it used to be, but absolutely still rears its head every now and then, you know? I'm someone who's very prone to like deferring to others, and it's honestly really interesting being a content creator now, and oftentimes like being the person running a community and like calling the shots and being the center of attention. Because for so much of my life, despite the fact that I've yearned to be in that place, I have been deferring, you know? I have been someone who deferred the center, deferred the spotlight to others for one reason or another. So being able to occupy this space is honestly healing for me. I have a song about that. If y'all have heard me play Hello MTF, Buffer My Bite, if y'all have ever heard me play State Road 7, that's a big piece of what that song is about. It is about the messiness of wanting to be heard and seen and perceived, to feel like a person when you are so used to being small. When you've never known how to be anything other than small. So an article that says, when I say eat the rich, that includes Tom Nook. I'm so fascinated by this. Honestly, I find debates wherein people are like, this political slogan includes this character so fascinating, but a little bit pointless sometimes. You know, like it's funny to have the conversation of does ACAB include Giddy Hops? The answer is yes, but also, like, why are we having this conversation? :4, bark from my might. No, because one of the few times capitalism feels kind, only in the most recent game. It's fun politics is fandom, if using the term right, probably, yeah. Hello, Frosty, but for my bite. I think you've already been here. Why am I greeting you again? I'm doing my best. I'm a little guy. Why did you say :4 so menacingly? Because I'm a bastard. Anyway, ads gonna hit in about an hour, or in about a minute, Jesus Christ. Twitch just forced me to run ads, you all know the drill. We're gonna finish up sewing this patch, and then we'll probably video game? As much as I am tempted to put more patches on shit. This is taking too long. Let me catch up a couple things that I wanted to read. A Generator Rex was very similar to Ben 10, had a crossover special. Got it! Okay. Which I only know because I'm a big cartoon nerd. Real and valid. I love 2D animation, and there's a lot of shows that I want to go back and watch eventually. I'll have to add that one to the list. Aww. It's worth noting that the American Kestrel has 2 feather patterns. Oh, that's so cool! I love that. Kestrels are cool birds. I like birds. Chat, my longest reigning parent thinks I got top surgery. Chief is confused. That is very funny. I struggle with feeling less than human sometimes like a demon, sometimes like a mutt or tool. Have you considered being a Therian? Teehee. Good night, some femboy, all the best. Bye. My favorite is ACAB, and that includes the Jedi, because a lot of people don't even realize the Jedi are cops. A lot of people don't. Chat, I hate to throw media literacy is dead out there, but media literacy is dead. I've never consumed a piece of Star Wars media, but even I know enough about the series to know that it is about war and imperialism and shit. I don't know what I said. I'm sorry, Tekken Zero. I don't remember. I already forgot the sentence. Bite. Oh, right, have you considered being a Therian? That's what I said. Have you considered being a Therian? It's quite fun. Would recommend. But on the subject of media literacy being dead, I the other day released a collab video with Cafe Foxtail, also known as Cat. You should totally go watch it. Mods, can someone mod chat shout out Cafe Foxtail? After the fucking ad actually. Hi, Cat, for my bite. Feel less than human, embrace the identity. Yeah, it's fun. But I recently did a collab video with Cafe Foxtail, wherein we reacted to, Are the Cis Okay posts and whatnot, yapped for a little bit, talked a lot about, like, queer issues. And within the video, I mentioned the game mouthwashing as a joke. And there was someone in the comments who felt the need to post, mouthwashing is a disgusting game. I'm sorry, but it needs to be said. And I'm like, that commenter is either 12 years old or does not have media literacy. I'm sorry. Let me try this again. I love being a Therian seems like a good idea. Just have struggled with identity as usual, consistent, and that's okay. That's all right. Or this is okay. Which should be confused with is my skin okay? Thank you for the stretch, Tartling Bird. Big stretch and the hydrate. It's appreciated. Bark, fight. All right. Let me actually pull up the video real quick. Don't play it out loud. There we go. So I recently release this video alongside Cafe Foxtail. It is a video wherein we go over r/are the cis okay posts. We react to them. We say funny things and diss on the transphobes and talk about hating the government and shit. It was a very fun video to work on. Had a lot of fun. In the video as a bit, I talk about the game mouthwashing as a joke. And someone in the comment section felt the need to say, I'm sorry, but mouthwashing is a disgusting game. It needs to be said. And I'm so pissed off about it. Because either that commenter is like 14 years old or they do not have media literacy. Mouthwashing is a horrific game that digs into the absolute depths of horror of sexual assault and of patriarchy and the ways in which men protect and defend each other even when they are perpetuating violence on women. And anyone who plays that game and cannot recognize the fact that it is very clearly painting Jimmy as the villain, as the bad guy, I'm sorry, do you know how to read? I have feelings about this. I've never heard of it. It is one of my favorite games of all time. Mouthwashing is one of my favorite games of all time. I am very fond of the genre of horror game wherein you play as an antagonist and slowly unravel their monstrous actions, and wherein you are kind of put in the footsteps of this monster acting out this scenario. It's really good. If you're a fan of horror games and you can stomach things like, themes like death, themes like suicide, themes like sexual assault, heavily recommend it. It will make you feel so gross in a very beautiful way. Genuinely one of my favorite games of all time. It is next to Silent Hill 2 on games that had changed my life, I was really confused why we're talking about mouthwash, because we were talking about media literacy and the lack of it, and it reminded me of a comment that this video received. There's so many people out there that lack media literacy, that fail to recognize the themes in the very media they consume. We also talk in this video about how many fandoms of media are critiques of fascism, and then the fandoms go, oh, this fascism thing is pretty cool. From Peru, stuck in ad hell, but my thoughts on that are black bodies and bodies have been denied humanity. It's led several black philosophers to explore the thought of abandoning humanity altogether. Recommend looking at the term Afropessimism. That's really fascinating, actually. I've never heard of this before, but I might actually do some digging into that if I get a chance. No worries, Peru, you're all good. That's actually really fascinating. Hi, Cat! Speak of the devil, how are you doing today? Barber bite bite. I was yapping a little bit about I'm gonna be so real, I was yapping about a comment under this video that pissed me off. I was reading the comment section the other day and there was a comment that pissed me off and I went on a rant. Oh my god. I made a joke about the video game mouthwashing in the video and someone in the comment section felt the need to post about how mouthwashing is a disgusting game, and I'm like, you are either 12 or can't read. I would heavily recommend checking out Mouthwashing. It's a really good game that really impacted me. It's one of my favorites. The YouTuber Philosophy Noir has a video on this. I will have to see if I can find that later, genuinely. I was debating about that one. Mouthwashing is a game that so fascinatingly and accurately depicts the horror of sexual assault and also of the ways men protect each other, even when they are protecting each other from, harm done to women. And I think it is such a beautifully important game for that fact. I love Mouthwashing and the ways that it so blatantly and openly depicts the horror of that situation. And anyone who plays it and can't understand that Jimmy is clearly painted as the villain did not play the game. It is one of my favorite fucking games. I love it. Indeed! Everyone, make sure you check out Cafe Foxtail, also known as Cat. She is an absolutely wonderful content creator. A lot more soft, wholesome energy than you'll find with me. But she's an absolute sweetheart. Someone who I've known for a good while, and I was very, very grateful to get to work with her. It's about how many people can't comprehend a story in which you playing the MC is in fact the bad guy. People don't have media literacy these days. That comment just pissed me off. Please, media literacy, where is it? I've never touched it, and unfortunately my only experience with it is that one cosplayer. Understandable. Fully understandable. It is in fact a horror game, but like I assure you, as a fanatic of horror games, it is beautiful in how it depicts the horrors of the situation. And it's so rare that a piece of media, I think, addresses those particular elements and angles of misogyny. I'm not even asking for the comment to be removed. I'm just like, child. I've been getting pissed off at lack of media literacy in a lot of situations lately. It's been, how do I say, a subject that's been on my mind a lot recently. But people keep getting mad at like at the game for the ways in, or rather, yeah, it's just a lot of people who can't read getting mad at it. Yeah, gonna see if I can hide it. That way they think it's still up and only they can see it. Completely fair. Completely fair. I'm pretty sure the cosplayer context or controversy was with someone cosplaying the character who gets sexually assaulted in a very sexual way or something like that. I don't recall the full controversy. I never really touched it because ultimately I find interacting with the fandoms of media I like I don't find I gain much from interacting with it. Thankfully, you haven't seen the held ones. Oh, I'm fascinated. I'm gonna be so honest. When I get hate comments and whatnot, I kind of take an amount of glee in it as I pissed people off enough to impact them in some way, you know. When people leave hate comments or when people like diss on me on Reddit and whatnot, to me that means that I am causing enough of a stir that they think I am worth complaining about. I take glee when transphobes and whatnot hate on me. True, chat. I put a comment on this video and YouTube held it. I put a comment on the video about how I wanted to bite transphobes, and YouTube tried to hide it. YouTube restricted this comment, and I think that's really transphobic of YouTube. How fucking dare you? How dare? It's so rude. I'm literally one of the guys in the video. I'm literally one of the people in the video. Come on. Immediate approval of that comment. Thank you. Thank you. I deserve it. How dare YouTube be transphobic? But in any case, everyone go give Kat some love, both here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Watch this video if you haven't already. Very proud to see the reception it's gotten. And anyone who's come to my stuff from this, check out my video essays. Hee hee. Genuinely baffling the way people will have no comprehension of the games they play, the shows they watch, the songs they listen to. Like, how do you go through life not engaging with the content you consume at all? I wish I understood where it came from. I wish I understood. Entirely so that I could combat it better. But a lot of people, I don't know. I think a lot of people just aren't interested in expending the energy to think through their media, and I think that's sad. If y'all haven't checked out this heckin' cool Foxboy stuff, I'm biting you. Have you considered that? I'm just a loud punk boy. I've never heard of this game before, Stone GC, so I'm not willing to make any kind of statement on it. I've never heard of it. Is that a threat or a promise? It could be whichever one scares you more. Whichever one scares you more. I think it's because reading comprehension has gone down as a whole. I mean, okay. It's absolutely very true that we are seeing a literacy crisis in America currently. And I don't think it's entirely the fault of schools. And I also don't think it's entirely the fault of AI because it predates AI, though AI is certainly not helped. But I don't know where it comes from. Actually, I do know part of where it comes from. Part of it just being that schools change the way that they teach reading, and we've seen demonstrably that it doesn't work. That the new curricula and standards that they're using to teach reading are not productive. But regardless. Saw an essay on this. Yeah, I don't remember the details very well, but they did actually change like the standards by which students are taught reading and whatnot in schools in ways that are causing a lot of children to get stuck at around a fourth grade level. All right, all right, all right. We are sewing patches onto jacket or onto pants. Worst media literacy I've ever read was a paper at peer review. The professor had to step in. Guy thought 28 Days Later was a love triangle. I'm not familiar with that piece of media, but I'm going to take your word for it. Or that it's not, rather. I think there was a good bit of propaganda content that slowly eroded some critical thinking, but school curricula has definitely been getting much more surface level on media too. So I don't know too much about this, and I'm like off of memory repeating something I heard in a video essay, but if I recall, uh, schools change the way that they teach reading at an introductory level in ways that have caused a lot of kids to get much more frustrated with reading because they're not being taught. I think what it is they actually abandoned like sounding out words and have been relying more on like allowing kids to figure out reading on their own pace, which does not work. But take me with a grain of salt there because I don't remember the exacts of it. Give me death or give me rain. I feel so numb. Better give me pain. Bomb threats and hurricanes. Yeah, they stopped teaching phonics, is what it is, I think. They stopped teaching phonics and they tried a whole world reading for a bit, but we're going back to phonics now. Yes, and the shift away from phonics damaged a lot of people's ability to read. And so there's this whole generation of kids who are like stuck at a third or fourth grade reading level and are not making any progress. All right, I'm trying to tie a knot while my hands are inside the pants right now. So I'm like feeling on both directions of the string here. And I'm trying to figure out how to tie a knot like this. Give me rain, I feel so numb. Better give me pain. It's too much strain. I put more in a systemic position, like we're not taught to be curious. I mean, also true, yes. A lot of the education system is with intention of people just learning how to follow directions. One sec, I'm gonna pull a weird move, chat. I've got one hand in either end of this pair of pants. I'm pulling a weird move right now, to try and tie this knot, but, absolutely, there has like the modern education system is primarily interested in teaching people how to follow directions and make them effective workers rather than like, you know, people who can actually have complex thought and engage with things in a, you know, good manner. Repeat back what they say, don't think of what I'm saying. Yeah, that is a thing. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh, don't do that, laptop. I don't like it when you do that. That's very inconvenient for me, especially when my hands are inside a pair of pants. What the fuck? Please, please, please not do what I want. What's this song? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna turn these pants inside out. This is Self-Care by Penelope Scott. One sec. I'm just turning them inside out, chat. I tried long enough to tie the knot while my hands were inside. Here's what the other side of the stitching looks like. Hello, welcome on in, Mortuary Azzy. I'm currently sewing some patches onto my crust pants because I'm a loud-ass punk bastard who goes to punk shows and does punk things, like DIY. Alright. So I've got it turned inside out right now just so I can do the knot. Just realized we have the same desk. Wait. One sec. One sec. What kind of patch is it? It is a fabric sew-on patch from a local musician that says "Steal from your boss." I'll show it off in just a second. I do have an image of my whole desk. Peru, do we actually have the same desk? Do we actually have the same fucking desk? Kinda wish I had a cute pair of hands in my pants. I'm gonna bite you. You fucking wish. Alright. That'd be really funny. Thank you for the follow, Barper Bye. Different type, but for sure it's the same brand. That's really funny. Nah, I really specifically wanted an L-shaped desk just so I could have space for my drawing tablet and whatnot. But there's now a third patch on this pant leg. We have the Confession Kids patch, the Self-Made patch, and the Steal from Your Boss patch sewn in with that yellow thread. And then I'm gonna off stream finish this section off with the Fest patch. That's gonna look cool as shit. There we go. Can I like display this nicely? Alright. Oh, we were talking about media literacy and lack thereof earlier, Mortuary. Mine is L-shaped, or I-shaped, but has shelves on the side instead of drawers. Valid. That's very funny. We love buying cheap fucking cardboard furniture. We love when our furniture is cheap and cardboards. Alright. So, the Fest patch is gonna iron on, like, right here. I think, honestly, that looks pretty good. I fuck with it. Oh, just an L. Oh, sorry. I can't read. What's your favorite artist? My favorite artist is Pigeon Pit. I'm very big into the folk punk and ska punk scene. But I think that's gonna look really good there. I'm very curious to see how this is gonna look when I wear it. I have so many... I'm kind of mad it took me over 3 hours to sew that one patch, chat. Cause, like... Just a reminder. Just a reminder of what the collection looks like. Just a reminder of the backlog I gotta get through with sewing patches onto this shit. Just in case you forgot. Just in case you weren't here at the beginning of stream and wanted to know what my current patch collection looks like, and you know, all of the stuff that's eventually going to go onto these pants. Just in case, you know? I wouldn't want you to forget what we're dealing with here. Mind you, I've been working on these pants for a year. You know? That one was upside down, my bad. You know. I don't have a problem. Chat, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. Why would I have a problem? This is normal. This is a normal number of patches to own. It's a normal number of patches to own. That's the end of it. Aside of the patches I made myself. I think there are actually more. Wait, there are more. I know I have more. Give me a second. One sec. I gotta see if I have any more real quick. Just for the bits. Do I have more? Oh, chat, I do have more. I do have more. Give me a second. I don't have a problem. I think that's actually it. I think that's actually all. I'm pretty sure that's actually all of them. Have you considered quilting? No. That's all of them aside of the ones that I make myself. Where's the thing of my patches? My heart and hold my brain, whiskey. Alright, somewhere, chat, are my own patches. Somewhere are my own patches, because I do make patches and sell them myself, and you can buy them at shop.archivist. Like, oh, one of them is just barbed wire. That I bought off of a local artist, and it looks really cool, and I have no clue where I'm gonna put it yet. I don't know where it is in the pile. The pile's kind of big. You need to meet someone who will trade sewing jobs for handies or something. I need to do more, like, DIY stuff on stream, I think. I would love to just, in the future, do dedicated DIY nights every now and then. I don't think I have mortuary. I'm not familiar, but I might. He's like a clown with patches instead of scarves. I own a sewing machine. For the record, I own a sewing machine. I am not sewing these with the machine for a reason. The main reason being that's not punk. Thank you for the follow, Barber Bite Bite. Houston Screamo Band, that's super cool. I've never heard of them, but hell yeah. I'm mostly into folk punk and ska punk. Like, half jokingly, it's because it's not punk, but the actual answer is, I'm not using normal thread for this. I'm using embroidery thread, because it is thicker and withstands a lot more, and this is shit that I'm, like, wearing, into, you know, mosh pits where I'm moving a lot, where I'm getting beat up, where, like, there is damage happening. And in that kind of situation and environment, you kind of, you need thicker thread than you can get with a machine. Also, there's just a lot of aesthetic built into the way that I hand sew these. You're so cool and anti-fascist, instant role model. Indeed, I am a loud punk bastard. I am an anarchist. Fuck capitalism, fuck fascism, fuck authoritarianism, fuck power. Alright. Let me put my needle away before it ends up in the carpet, because that would be a problem. Transphobe said the genders was in your pants. Well, at the moment, my gender is shit. Alright. But, like, there's a lot of artistry in how I do my stitches. I have this style of stitching where I mostly just do, like, very bold, colorful stitches outwards with little X's scattered about. And you'll notice that's, like, you know, it's part of the vibe. It's an intentional energy. And there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of soul in the varied, like, lengths of stitches. It's a really human touch. And I've got the X's sometimes strategically placed. I put a lot of work into this shit, you know? You know, that reminds me of when ASM artists knock water globes together. That's a new one. My laugh gets compared to a lot of things. That's a new one. Unrelated, but fuck the band ended for sticking a mob on a guy who came to their show wearing a banana costume. How have I not heard about this? That's wild. That's absurd. How punk is sewing with a cast iron foot powered sewing machine I found. For the record, I'm not actually going to call anyone less punk for like sewing their patches by machine. Do what makes it accessible to you. If for you like sewing your stuff by machine is more accessible and preferable, or even just matches your aesthetic, do what you're gonna do. I recommend personally sewing with embroidery thread or dental floss. Just because the patches are going to be less likely to rip off, you're going to have less issues with that. And I think there's just a fun aesthetic to it. That said, again, do what makes it accessible and possible for you. Hello, All Hallows Eve. How are you doing tonight? I'm never going to actually diss anyone for, like, doing what makes punk viable and accessible for them. Enjoy yourself, have fun with it. I think part of the point of punk is, again, have fun with it. Of course, there is the activism, the politics, the leftism. There is the direct action and mutual aid. But you also just gotta be enjoying yourself with it, you know? I love 80s laugh. Oh, that is genuinely affirming to me. Can't hand sew because my joints are degenerating. Real as fuck. Again, like, if sewing by machine makes it accessible to you, thumbs up. I personally think this looks cool and punk, and I don't yet have issues with the joints in my hands. We'll see how long that lasts. I'm very physically ill. I love hopping into the pit and nearly fainting. It's so worth it. Yeah. Tea people. Doing quite well. Finally got the formula episode I'm going on. Hell yeah. Proud of you. Chat, I'm also wearing my Jer shirt right now. Gay sex, more like yay sex. Wait, that's so good. I'm screenshotting that shit. Sorry, I had to screenshot that. You have uncooked chicken wing hands? Do my hands actually look like uncooked fucking chicken wings? Do my hands actually, chat, genuinely, do my hands actually look like uncooked chicken wings? Was banned off Reddit for suggesting certain three-letter agencies should have a battle royale. No, just pale, like uncooked chicken wings. I'm going to cry? I'm gonna cry? Oh wait, listen, pronouncing words is hard. Sometimes I wonder how AE lives in fucking Florida and it's so underseasoned. Oh, do you want the genuine answer? Because this is a genetic thing. Fun fact. So the reason that like ginger hair is a thing has to do with the dysfunction of the MC1R gene. That is going to be the oh god, what's it actually called? What's its full name? One sec. I always forget the full name of this. It is the melanocortin 1 receptor gene. And this is a gene that basically provides instructions for producing eumelanin, which is like the primary pigment that is responsible for darker colorations both in skin and hair in humans. Now, fun fact about MC1R. When you are exposed to UV radiation, it stimulates these cells, it stimulates your body to produce eumelanin. That's what causes, like, people to tan in the sun. And it does this because UV radiation is damaging to your cells, and having a darker skin tone protects you from UV radiation. In people with red hair, there is a dysfunctional version of the MC1R gene. So my body cannot produce eumelanin, which is, you know, again, responsible for darker colorations in hair and skin. I cannot tan. Genetically, I cannot tan because I cannot produce eumelanin. I have a dysfunctional version of the gene that provides those instructions for the production of eumelanin. It's associated with a lot of cancers for that reason. I'm extremely prone to skin and eye cancer. I have red hair, but I dyed it that way. Yeah, it's not going to be the same for you then. No tanning? Yeah. Can't tan, only burn. Yes, that is Grandson in the background. I'm seeing Grandson live later this year. I'm fucking hyped. Also, I did know this. I just like making fun of you. Okay, sorry. Listen, I love talking about genetics. Genetics, my beloved. AE, the meme I sent you the other day may have not been related to this. Ha 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 ha. Because say human genetics is such a catastrophe? Yeah. I mean, genetics in general does. That's because, like, genetics and biology and all of this is not driving to create a perfect organism. It is driving to create something good enough. If an organism can live long enough to reproduce and have kids, congratulations, biology has succeeded, natural selection is doing its job. If individuals within a species are living long enough to reproduce and pass genes on, that's all that, like, natural selection cares about. Hi, Natalie! Barbara bye-bye! How are you doing? Aurora. Should I join the server? Are people nice there? People are mostly nice. I would say the majority of my community is pretty chill and nice and friendly. You'll get a fair bit of shit posting and confusing shit, but I promise people mean well. How do you have freckles? So, freckles are really interesting. Let me fact check myself on the terminology here. But I'm checking myself in the exact terminology here, but freckles are essentially small points of hyperpigmentation in these tiny areas of the body where for some fucking reason MC1R functions. If I understand properly. So for some reason, and I don't really understand the mechanics of this, even in redheaded people, there are these little tiny areas where there's, for some reason, eumelanin production, whereas there is not in the rest of the body. And it just causes that. Are moles different? Yes, moles are different. 1 second. Because if I recall correctly, moles are, like, oftentimes tumors. But they are, so melanocytes are going to be the cells that give your skin color, and they cluster together. They are similar to freckles, but moles, because of what they do, can very frequently become cancerous. I'm not explaining any of this well because I'm not as well versed in it. Apologies. Need a few moles removed, but I'm poor. I hope they are not cancerous. Where should I go get punk patches with the wide variety? So I get most of my punk patches at shows. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where to buy patches online aside of like Etsy. I get pretty much all of my patches at shows or art markets. Hence why I have had multiple moles removed. But yes, I'm extremely likely to develop skin cancer because my body does not produce eumelanin in most of it, aside of these tiny little circles of, what's it called, of melanocytes that kind of just gather in one place and function for some fucking reason that I don't fully understand. Have a giant mole in a cheek where the sun don't shine. Been meaning to go to a dermatologist. Hey, get there eventually, you know. You're probably fine. I have a lot of moles that I've never gotten removed because the dermatologist said that they were not showing any abnormal activity, and to only come back if they did start showing abnormal activity, so I'm just leaving it alone, you know. I would say don't post pictures of a scar in the Discord. I would say don't. I would recommend against it. But yeah, if they're benign, you're fine, but oftentimes moles can become cancerous tumors. It's a thing. And even then, they're not too much of a problem if they don't become, what's it called? Malignant? Uranium. But nah, take care of yourselves, chat. Get your skin checked, especially if you spend a lot of time in the sun. What even is abnormal activity? If it starts growing or changing in size or shape. If it starts to grow or change in shape, you should get that shit checked out. Distress. I feel like I heard you actively programming your brain to avoid picking up a yummy wummy as a verbal tick. Oh, I would be horrified to have that as a vocal tick. We do, in fact, have a Discord server. Exclamation point Discord. Feel free to join. Through the ringer, the kingdom fall, lightning wielder. Fun fact, trans femmes on E get more freckles because their skin thins from E. Wait, is that why my freckles have been, like, lighter? I was surprised that my freckles were getting lighter when I was spending more time in the sun than I normally do, like, intentionally, because my vitamin D levels are fucked. Is that why they're lighter? Huh. Chat, biology is weird. Chat, biology is weird. What the fuck? That's so odd. Chat, the body is so interesting. Chat, you learn something new every day. I've heard before that, like, skin does thin a bit on estradiol, and I would assume the opposite is also the case. I don't know a whole lot about that, so definitely don't quote me on it, but that's really interesting, if true. I haven't particularly noticed my skin being thicker or less soft on testosterone, but I'm also on a lower dose. Um, I haven't. I've noticed minor like changes in body odor and shit like that, but honestly, the biggest changes have been my voice and hair growth. My parents commented on my freckles about 3 months on knee and panicked thinking they had docked I was transitioning. That's really funny. All right. That said, chat, we're at the nearly 4 hour mark. Do we want to just yap and move on to gaming at the 4 hour mark? Are y'all good with that? Or do we want to go ahead and move over? What do y'all think? Uh, as much as I would love to start progress on sewing more patches onto this, we're not going to finish anything in the course of this stream, so I'm not going to do that. We're not going to start a new patch. Having the yellow thread really makes me want to get more yellow onto the pants, though, so I gotta do that soon. Alright. We're gonna yap for a bit, chat. Give me a second while I move us over to our normal screen. Welcome back to the Just Chatting screen. And I'm gonna take down my hand cam real quick, just so I don't dox myself. I would like to not dox myself. That'd be bad. All right. We have a little chat about agriculture, because Lefties need to talk about agriculture way more, and I think it's cool. How so? What about agriculture? Because it's definitely not something that I'm very proficient or aware of, but... Also, hello, Piss Green Link! Bye bye. Pop probably did not hydrate enough given how long she was in the sun today. Please drink water. Hey chat. I recently discovered this cool new thing called drinking water. It makes you feel good. You should try it sometime. Gun emoji. Drink water. Hello, Doom Paper. Before my bite, they're putting something in the water that makes you pee. Chat, they're putting something in the water that makes you... Chat, drink fucking water. Drink water. Thank you, Fenuri, for the stretch. Let me put my webcam away. Alright. Big stretch. Good news, drank water, proud of you. Coffee is water, so it counts. The caffeine dehydrates you. Chat, I'm not saying that all of your health issues are caused by dehydration and poor diet, but I am saying that not drinking water and not eating vegetables is making it worse. Please drink water and eat a vegetable. I swear to God. I'll drink some water, thank you. Water. That's the thing that helps with the migraines, so I hears. I'm not saying it'll fix all your problems, but it will make it better. It won't fix everything, you will feel better. Leftist spaces need to be more aware of agriculture, and I think the lack of awareness comes from city isolationist culture. But basically, oh, absolutely, I 100% agree with this already. How do we keep farmers happy but push for more sustainable and environmentally aware agriculture practices? Absolutely. I think these days people are so deeply isolated from where their food is coming from. And I think that's a deep problem. And I wish people were more entangled with and aware of like where they're getting their food. People don't know about the work that goes into agriculture. And as much as I love the notion of the walkable city, not everyone can or wants to or needs to live in the 15-minute city. We still need people who are, growing our food and existing in more rural and agricultural settings. And I think very often leftist efforts very much fail people who live in more rural areas. those communities are getting failed by systems that be all the time. And it is a problem. Water will help with my gender dysphoria. It'll help with your general mental health. I am not someone who is vegan or vegetarian, mostly because I have dietary restrictions that prevent me from doing so. For folks who don't know me very well, hi, I'm AE. I'm extremely physically ill. I have a condition called gastroparesis, or partial paralysis of the stomach. Because of that, I cannot eat things that have high fiber content or high fat content, or I'm also supposed to avoid caffeine and alcohol, but I also can't eat things that are acidic. Those are the big ones: fiber, acid, fat, and then anything with caffeine or alcohol. Those are the things I'm not supposed to eat. And unfortunately, that does include most fruits and vegetables, and especially most plant-based proteins. Plant-based protein sources tend to be very high in fiber. So I would unfortunately never be able to be fully vegetarian or vegan. I cannot reliably consume beans, nuts, seeds, anything of that nature. If I have more than 4 grams of fiber in a sitting, I will throw up. And that's not fun. But there are a lot of issues within the meat and dairy industry that I definitely deserve to be addressed, and I would love to see a move towards more sustainable farming efforts. I am of the mind that the world would be a better place if everyone cut down on their consumption of animal products, but that it is not something that we can expect to be a 100% kind of change anytime soon. Not until we have been able to develop, alternatives. Having a lot of gut issues recently. Look into gastroparesis, especially if you find you get nauseous after you eat. Your gastroparesis is so hard to live with. Having lived with Crohn's disease for 14 years, I know the struggle. I'm lucky that I'm able to make do. The biggest thing that I have learned to deal with it is just eating really small portions. I tend to eat 4 or 5 small meals a day, rather than eating 3 larger meals, just to split up the quantities of food over a longer period of time. And I rely a lot on simple carbs. Ground turkey is my best friend. Fuck Walmart, but at Walmart for $2 you can get a pound of ground turkey. And that shit, I live on that shit. The $2 ground turkey is my fucking bestie. Those are the big things, yeah. Trying to get fruits and vegetables into my diet is oftentimes a struggle, but we make it work. Get a mad scientist to get the fops unscuffed. Just eat another stomach to fix your problems. From Rowan, farmers often put out hundreds of thousands of dollars for seed, animal feed, fertilizer that's not including equipment, because there's been this push for more ecosystem mirroring in farming. Having goats clear an area, then putting chickens in the area to purify it, then turning it into a field, because it reduces the amount of fertilizer you have to use, natural fertilizer, chicken poop. That's fascinating. If you use natural... Okay, that's actually really fascinating, and I would love to see more investment in efforts like that. That's really cool. Hey, hello. Oh, did my mouse stop? Chat, this is the second time in the last 2 weeks that the fucking battery in my mouse has given out. This thing is eating through batteries. What the fuck? One sec, chat. I bought a new pack of batteries the other day. Give me a second. BRB. I'll be back in 2 seconds. It's just in the fucking living room. Using it. Chat, a little guy has wandered into my domain. Do you want to say hi? Would you like to say hello? Of course you don't. No one's surprised by this. You're allowed to escape. You're allowed to leave, Boozle. There you go. Motherfucker. Alright, apologies for that, chat. I have a battery now. I've acquired a new battery. Alright, I can put a new battery in my mouse so that I can read chat again. Oh, frog legs! I love them. Alright, good band. Every day that Sophia. There we go. Alright. I need to start turning this mouse off between uses, I guess. Whoopsie. That's on me. Alright, hi everybody! I'm back! I can read chat now. Maybe I'm to switch off double powered mouse. Yeah, I think I need to turn this thing off and I'm not using it, unfortunately. I do not have rechargeable batteries, no. I'm poor. Personally, choosing to go vegetarian is nice, but ultimately I think all out diets are going to be changing when truly sustainable scale of industrial livestock industry has to be changed by something. And it's worth noting that within a capitalist structure, even like efforts at vegetarianism and veganism still oftentimes require the exploitation of both people and animals. But you know. Alright. If you're interested in the environment at all, get educated on agriculture, that's definitely an area I need to learn more. Yeah, that was Boozle. He's a little shit. Hello, welcome on in. Bye. Yeah, the new Frog Legs EP is so good. I got to see them live a couple months ago and it was beautiful. It was amazing. They would say, I hate you, now bring me food, pets, and everything. Boozle fucking hates me and I love him. I'm a vegetarian. Regularly have to tell people that I don't care if they eat meat, just that I eat it mindfully and maybe a little less if they can. Yeah, genuinely. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I think that the world would be a better place if everyone chose to eat like vegan or vegetarian options once or twice a week, you know? And even that is a meaningful improvement. Every single person, the majority of people reducing their consumption makes more of an impact than one or two perfect vegans, you know? And all my love to people who can sustain that lifestyle and who choose to live your fucking best life. I can't. And so there needs to be some amount of middle ground there. But alas. Yeah, Boozle is a cat. Boozle is my roommate's cat. He's a little guy. He's a little guy and I love him a lot. Alright, one sec. Moving my desk around a little bit to the normal setup. Ad will be hitting in a second now, at which point we'll be moving into the video game. I was vegetarian for years of my life. I'm a bean person nowadays, but I still eat meat because I'd probably not be able to get the calories in it otherwise. Yeah, genuinely, like, we can... I do believe that a lot of change could even come from just trying to be as ethical as possible in our, you know, fucking keeping of livestock. It's a system that will never be perfect, but, like... I have a lot of appreciation for people who push for more sustainable methods. And I think is one of those areas where we have to sometimes accept middle grounds and steps in the right direction. Perfection is a very far off dream when people's lives and health is on the line. Good for dinner? Enjoy dinner. Bye. My favorite food is country fried steak. Hello, Polities Pancakes. Welcome on in. Bye. We will be moving into the video game during the ad break, so hopefully by the time the ad break is over, I will be properly in the game. But in the meantime, y'all take care of yourselves. You know what to do. We do ad breaks every hour on the hour, just because Twitch forces me. You know the drill. I barely make money off this shit. I'm always willing to try a Burger Place's vegetarian version. For me, if it's more expensive, then I usually can't justify it. I'm poor. And a couple dollars is a difference to me, unfortunately. I love country fried steak. It's my favorite food. I love it. It's so good. Like the song? Hell yeah. This is Penelope Scott. We love Penelope Scott. Alright, there goes the ads. I am going to be pausing this music while we move into things. Chat, I have great music taste. I fucking love my music taste. My music taste is peak. Alright. Let me get the game going. Games. There we go. Navigating or trying not to talk out loud while I navigate my folders, because that makes it a little too obvious what I'm doing. Don't worry, Twitch. I own video games. Guys, I really want to buy a fucking used Wii and have a used Wii. I want to own a used Wii so badly. Let me into my laptop, please. Please? There we go. Alright, so now I can read chat. Beautiful, perfect. Get this up and running. Get this. Where's my controller? There's my controller. Okay. Hopefully we'll be up and running. Thanks for letting me wind down. Of course, you take care, Fenuri. Always a pleasure to have you. If I could reasonably ship you my spare Wii from Canada, I would, if only someday. No, you're totally good, Rowan. I don't mind the rant at all. I'm just like in a weird space where I'm trying to move on into the video game because I have to force myself to move on eventually or else I just won't. I love yapping. Yapping is my specialty. It's my favorite. And I love some of the conversations we have here. I think people bring up some really interesting points and perspectives that I don't always know about beforehand, and I love learning alongside y'all. Sometimes there's just a lot going on and I'm trying to yap while managing 3 different things. I promise your rants are welcome, Rowan. I appreciate them. Alright, we come in here. I'm also a little bit sick and I can feel my voice starting to hate me. Which is unfortunate because I'm not ending stream early. So my throat will just have to suffer. Please work with me. There we go. I did it. I did it, chat. Points tea with honey after stream. After stream. I will have tea with honey after stream. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Welcome to The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, a wonderful video game that we've been slowly working our way through together. I don't remember where we were in the plot, and we're gonna find out together. You'd better, Sir Fop. Actually, what if I consume more Dayquil? Chat, what if Dayquil? What if the solution to all of my problems in life is just Dayquil? Chat? I'm gonna go take a swig of Dayquil. 1 second. Chat, fuck me. I just dropped everything. I'm fine. I'm normal. I didn't just drop half my setup. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Chat, I'm about to pour and swig this this fucking Dayquil like I'm taking a shot of liquor. Alright. This is where I didn't you mention you're already on Vyvanse? I don't know if mixing things the play a big horse. I mean, I'm mixing a cold medication with my prescription stimulant. I'm probably fine. I've done this before. It didn't fuck me up too badly. I'm not taking NyQuil or anything. Anyway. Chat, this is where my true experience as a punk shows. Just a little to take the edge off. I took some Dayquil this morning, so like, it didn't cause any interactions. I'm probably fine. Quill of the day that bit you. I think I got a little bit sick at the show, and I am hoping that I'll feel better in the morning. Very, very much hoping. The breath after was so dramatic. It's called playing into the bit. Chat, it's called leaning into the bit. Alright, welcome back everybody to Twilight Princess. Sometimes a guy would do anything for the bit, you know? Alright, I don't remember what I was doing in game. Give me a second while I remember how this game works. Alright. So apparently there are still a couple things we haven't unlocked, but if I recall correctly, we're literally... Oh, we attempted the boss fight! That's what it is! I remember! Give me 2 seconds. Chat, I remember where we were. I have a save state for this. Chat, we are ready for the final encounter. That's what it is. One last final fight. Hopefully, anyway. Alright, let's see if I can get it right this time, because I remember we tried the final boss fight once last time we played this, and I got my shit wrecked. Love the Cafe Fox video. Hell fucking yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Good Humored Gaming. I'm really, really happy with how it came out. It was a fun time to record as well. Gotta love dissing on transphobes and whatnot. Fuck them. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Right, I remember how to do this. No, wrong button. Put that away. Nope. So I need this. And then I do get close and they're gonna attack me and they're gonna eat it. Yes, beautiful, perfect. I've had weird dreams about that plant. Like, what kind of dreams? Come on, buddy. Phase 1 over. Are you getting Discord pings? I don't believe so. Am I getting Discord pings? I shouldn't be. I have my Discord notifications turned off, so. Alright. Now it gets a little bit more complicated. I have to wait for the monkey guy to show up, I think. There he is. Hey cat, did you know that you're cool and I appreciate you? Wrong button. That was also the wrong button. It's fine. Fuck. It's fine. Bruh. It's okay, I tried. We're gonna get this. I'll get this. I know how to do this. I'll figure out the buttons eventually. So that damages me now. Okay, because that didn't damage me earlier in the fight. Got it. I'm learning the mechanics. Well, it didn't mean to get hit by that, but it's okay, because if I come here... Please. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. I was gonna come here and try to get some hearts. There we go. Perfect. X. Grab this thing. Grab you, and just throw it at you. No? Why? How do I do this again? Oh, right. I do this, and then I... Wait, okay. I remember how to do this. I remember how to do this, and it's not like this. So I need to wait for another one from the monkey. And then... How do I do this again? Because I have to do... No. How do I do this? There we go. No, that's not what I wanted. Do the thing. Chat, cat and bows is cool. Alright. Nope, come here. Why is this not working? Oh my god. Sorry, I've forgotten the controls in the last couple weeks and I'm trying to remember how I do this. I've forgotten the controls. Okay. So that should go there and then... Okay. I think I've got it now. Alright, and now we start over. And now he shoots venom at me, right, correct. Yes, forgot about that one. Forgot that was a thing. Hey, buddy. Less than ideal. Not very fond of getting eaten by them, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Hello, health. Thank you. You know what? Alright, we'll just take it. I'm having a lot of trouble with, like, the aiming thing. Okay. There we go. Come on. Fuck. Why did that one not work? So it grabs it and then it brings it to the face. There we are. I don't know why it didn't work the past time, but alright. I kill you with my sword. Wait, is that it? Oh. Chad, I think I won. I did it! Controls and hitting the wrong button is my main issue in games. Oh, same. I'm very, very bad at, like, remembering the controls for a game. And at properly hitting the buttons I need to. I like controllers a lot because it feels like a dedicated device for gaming. But I'll admit when I'm, like, moving between consoles or between different button layouts, it's difficult. But alright, we did it. That's a win.
Well done. That's what I was looking for. That's a fused shadow.
Hi, Cloudion. How are you doing today? Barbara my mind.
That's what the light spirit called dark power. Do you remember what that spirit said about how you had to match the power of the King of Shadows? Could it really be so easy? Is this all there is to it? There's a total of 3 fused shadows. I think the other light spirits have the rest. If you want to know exactly what fused shadows are, well, maybe I'll tell you if you find the other 2.
She's evil, isn't she?
I guess you'd better do your best to find them, huh? So let's not waste any more time here when we could be looking for the other 2. I'll get you out of here. You pick up the heart container that fell off that thing.
Doing okay? This game gives me so much trouble. I can't find things to save my life. I'm luckily doing okay so far. I am yet to struggle too severely. We'll see how long that lasts. GameCube's a funny controller sometimes. See, it doesn't help that I'm not playing on an actual GameCube controller. I am using an Xbox controller that I've owned for years. It's an off-brand Xbox controller too. But it's an Xbox layout. You know, throw some foods together? Of course, of course. Chat, should I have chili mac or ramen for dinner tonight? I kind of need to use up the eggs that I have. I have a feeling I'm gonna be hungry after stream, but yeah, I have eggs, so I could put eggs in my ramen.
But I also have chili mac meal prepped in the freezer. Egg. Heroic Link. Do not think that Hyrule is now saved from the spread of Twilight. So tired of having to deal with insurance companies. I can imagine, Crocodile. I'm so sorry you're dealing with that. I hope you get an escape soon. Fuck insurance companies. Chat, I hate insurance companies so much. You know capitalism you know capitalism is a broken system when we are paying so that we don't have to pay as much when emergencies hit, you know? You know capitalism is fucked up when people have to pay companies so that they can, like, you know, not have to pay as much when they get hit with big emergencies. There is something that is so fundamentally broken about that concept. Oh, off-brand. Off-brand. As in it's not, like, the actual brand. Huh? And then the company randomly decides what covers you. And they can just decide not to fucking give you the money. I hate it. I hate insurance companies. Leave these woods and go to the east, where you will find a land protected by the spirit Eldin. There, you will find those you seek. But know that these lands lie in twilight. They are now a dark realm covered by the clouds of dusk. If you set foot beyond the curtain of twilight, you will revert to your beast form. Chat! Sometimes the guy is just a wolf. So be prepared. Hero chosen by the gods, leave these woods and go to the east, to the land of Eldin. That's better. Searching should be much easier now. But, of course you feel the need to go help the other light spirits, don't you? Well, don't worry. When you turn into a beast again, I'll take good care of you. First thing you need to do is find the land covered in twilight. Once you do, I'll help you out. See you later. Horse time. Revert to your beast form. It's Friday already? Oh, what did Ellen ask? One second. Question for y'all, since you seem like the right people to ask. About my old 3DS, I wanted to get back into Pokemon games. So far I've played Sun and Moon as well as Sapphire. And recommendations which ones I should get specifically for 3DS. So 3DS, if I recall... Oh, wait, we don't have access to Epona? Fuck. Alright. But as far as 3DS specific, I think your only options are gonna be the Sun and Moon, as well as X and Y. But if you're willing to go back into DS, I definitely second the recommendations for Black and White as well as Black and White 2. Additionally, I am a big fan of the Gen 4 games. Gonna heavily recommend the Gen 4 games. Soul Silver and Heart Gold, they're DS. They can be played on the 3DS, but they are DS games. Yeah, we're talking about Pokemon, sorry. Sorry to disappoint, Blam. I am a big Pokemon enjoyer. I do want to play more RPGs, though. I do want to play more of them. I really like the ones that I have played, and I feel like they're good yapping games because, like, I can kind of just pause at any moment without getting my ass beat.
I know the 3DS is backwards compatible, but I wasn't sure if we were asking about things that originated on the console or just things that are playable on it. Too bad Gen 4 didn't get a remake. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Okay. I'm not actually entirely sure where I'm supposed to be going right now. Enjoy the Pokemon toy store. Why is there an entire Pokemon toy store? Yeah, so I don't think the ranch is where I want to be right now. Okay. Thomas the Tactician, thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, folks. Bark, bite, bites. Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues. It's a pleasure to see you, to make your acquaintance, whatever it may be. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Bark, bite. What should I look for in a Pokemon toy store in terms of plushies? I don't know, whatever Pokemon are your favorites, I guess. I don't know what your favorite Pokemon are. We got Legends Arceus, that's good enough. Oh my god, I think Legends Arceus is my favorite Pokemon game to come out in the last, like, 10 years. Being so honest. I think Legends Arceus is my favorite Pokemon game to come out in the last 10 years. It is so good.
Oh shit.
Hope you enjoyed the guinea pig, the letter, and the Canadian dime. Popped into the envelope. Must go. Of course, get some good sleep. Bye. Enjoy your evening, Rowan. And hello, Road to Dusk. How are you doing tonight? Pleasure to see you, as per always. I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit sick, a little bit under the weather. I think the show I went to last night got me a tiny bit ill. But I am enjoying myself nonetheless. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go to progress the plot in this game. But we are enjoying ourselves. Pyro, with all the love in the world, my memory is not that good. But no, we're chilling, we're yapping, as we're off to do. It's a tie between Arceus and ZA for me. I do personally think that, that Arceus was more in line with myself and my interests than ZA, which is not to diss on ZA. I still think ZA is a good game. I enjoyed it quite greatly. But I do think that my interests are just more aligned with Legends Arceus. For me, it really allowed me to occupy a very different space in the Pokemon world in a way that I appreciate. Hello, Lantern Oil Guy. Actually, let me, I have enough money to do the other thing, so I'm gonna do the other thing. I love the way they did Arceus and I hope they give more like that. Yes, I liked getting to occupy a very, very different role in the Pokemon universe. It made me feel quite fulfilled within it, you know? Alright, I don't know how to go this way yet. But I guess we can go in this direction now? Heard a rumor they're working on Gen 2 in the Arceus style. I hope so, we'll see. What have you been up to, by the way? We were doing some DIY shenanigans earlier. I got a chance to finally sew a new patch onto my my patch pants, so that was fun. Just yapping, just chatting. I've been in a very DIY mood lately, but most of my attention off stream has been either on resting and recovering from life and everything within it, or on working on my next video essay, which I need to release before the end of the month, and I'm quite scared. Also wrote what I was up to earlier. Just finished up class for the day, and I'm hyped. Lesson plan for this week include Logical Song by Supertramp. Hell yeah! I hope you're having fun with that, genuinely. Love to see people making shit, creating, and getting inspired. I appreciate you a lot, and I always appreciate the work you do. I'm sorry that I don't answer my DMs as often as I should, or that I don't engage as often as I should. I want to engage more. I've just been swamped all the time. But hell fucking yeah, proud of you. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. To everyone in my life who is waiting on DMs from me, I'm so sorry. I will not be getting better. I recognize that I am horrible to keep in contact with, and I will not be changing. Yeah, so I have a video essay I need to get out by the end of the month because that is my 1 year on HRT anniversary. It's gonna be a much shorter video, and I'm still kind of figuring out the exacts of what I'm saying in it, but it's important to me that I at least release something, even if it's a much smaller scale project. And I do have some thoughts about it. I want to talk about the nature of transition and what it means to pass. It's probably going to be a shorter video, more in like the 30-minute range is my goal. But it's very much going to be a deconstruction of the notion of passing and what it means to like, to transition and to perform a gender. All good, how would you feel comfortable I talk in DMs more often or mind poke you? Feel free to poke me. I'm just very forgetful and overwhelmed. But no, I hope you're enjoying the necropolitics video thus far. Oh, I'm doing my best. Chat, I'm genuinely doing my best. There's so much happening in my life all the time, and it is hard to keep up with everything. I want to be better at keeping up with folks. Unfortunately, I will not be changing anytime soon. One of my largest frustrations with myself is how much emotional and mental energy it takes for me to talk to people, because I want to talk to people. I want to. I'm tired. And I need to acknowledge and admit that about myself. I think very often I've wanted to deny the fact that I'm a very easily like overwhelmed person. And I just need to sit down with myself and admit that no, I'm functioning at my limit most of the time. And I'm not going to magically wake up with more capacity someday, you know? How do I open this? What am I missing? What am I missing? People who know this game, I'm moving in the right direction right now. Get some good sleep, Pyro! Bye-bye-bye! The day comes you can just chill and exist, however it is that you can relax the most. See, how I relax the most is like working for 8 hours straight on a project, you know? Which I know is not within most people's understanding of rest, but that for me is in fact rest. Oh, I don't like that. I'm not fucking with that, actually. You do it towards the big curtain of Twilight? Not sure what direction that's in. Oh, you know what? This makes sense, actually. I had started walking this way, but the path looked like it was blocked. That's on me. But no, I dream of someday being able to go full-time doing this, in large part because going full-time would mean having the energy to do stuff, you know? Going full-time for me means having all the time and energy to do this stuff at my own pace and to dedicate my life fully towards it. And I hope someday to see that dream come to fruition. I don't know if it'll be anytime soon, but I'm gonna try. I think it's this way. I think I was on the correct path initially. At the very least, my car has AC again. Chat didn't realize how much not having AC in my car was impacting me until I got AC in my car again. Yeah, I don't know how I get past this. There are two more huge shadows. Okay. To the east. Am I moving to the east? Oh! I see it. It's over here. Got it. I didn't realize there was a point in this direction. Got it. Understood. I assume cars are ovens in Florida. I would not be surprised if my car was reaching like 120 plus when it was just no AC. You're totally good, Natalie. Hello, Kinda Strange. Welcome on in. Barbara Bite Bite. Thank you so much for the raid. How are y'all doing tonight? Hi, hi, hi. Mod's gonna get a shout out. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues. I'm an anarchist, a loud bastard, a problem, if you may. How was your stream? How are you doing, Strange? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're currently playing some Twilight Princess, yapping and chilling after doing some punk DIY shenanigans. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Crying? Oh no. Oh no. What about? What for? Did my watch party of Amazing Digital Circus? God, I have not had a chance to finish it yet, so please don't spoil anything, but I'm going to take that as a positive reaction. I'm going to take that as a, it's good. I'm going to take that as, god damn, this is good shit. It will destroy you? Oh, I'm ready for it. I am not easily phased. I'm ready for it. Slowing Over the Valley, weeks ago. I am very much looking forward to finishing it. I meant to finish it last night while I was still high after the punk show, and then I didn't, because I fell asleep. I gotta finish it sometime soon. I am a little bit focused on getting video essay done first, but God, I've heard nothing but good things from everyone I've talked to. Where are you watching that? YouTube. It's all on YouTube. AE loves being destroyed. I love feeling emotions. Big fan of feeling emotions, chat. I like it when emotions hit me like a train. I want to feel things. Gotta read and study? Of course, you got this. Please do take care of yourself first and foremost. But thank you so much for sending your folks over, for saying hello. Always a pleasure to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Appreciate the lurk. Do what you gotta. Being destroyed is fun in multiple ways. I love being destroyed when I consent to it, you know? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Alright, in any case. Hey! My only complaint about the finale is the scene between Kinger and disappearing guy wasn't gratuitous enough.
Go no further. There's a black wall ahead that blocks the way. I thought I would deliver a few letters, but it seems impossible. I am the honorable and dependable letter carrier, known to some as the postman. Now that I have introduced myself, please take this letter and read it at your leisure.
Can you believe Kinger's fat, juicy, caked up dump truck of an ass took up 20 minutes? I love what Automod chooses to and not to fucking grab. That is hilarious.
To read a letter, press start and open up your collection screen. You can do that to read any letters you receive. Do it whenever you see fit. Well, my business is concluded. Onward to mail.
I mean, if the mailmen in this universe are out here in booty shorts, then good for them. Good for them. How do I open the menu again? I don't remember. I'll figure that out in a second. Hey, buddy. There we go. Collection. Letters, there we go. If I have a letter for you, I will approach you at high speed. Please do not flee. Buddy! Buddy! I'm concerned. That feels like a threat. That feels like a threat, buddy. No. That's so good. God. Whoever wrote that was a genius.
Hey, it was much closer than I thought. You remember, right? You know what this is? If you set foot in there, you might be a wolf again for quite some time. For at least as long as it takes for you to save the light of Eldon from the Twilight anyway. So, shall we try to see the light spirit of Eldon?
Chat, it's time to become a furry. Wait, what happened? Well, let me see what Gracie said real quick. One sec. I didn't catch it.
He comes not like that.
Gender's the game and you make the rules. Also true. I didn't catch the beginning of that thread, but gender is a game and you make the rules. You're a furry? AE gone woke? I need to just like create a hotkey to pull this image up. Chat, I need to just set up a hotkey that pulls this fucking image up or some shit. I've made this joke so many times recently, I need it to just be a hotkey at this point. Twitch, stop being mean, or OBS, stop being fucking mean to me. I'm gonna be honest, I deleted the image source thinking I wouldn't need it again, but apparently I was wrong. What I'm learning is I was incorrect. Why can I not find it? I'm failing the bit, chat. I'm trying so hard to make the bit work and I'm failing. Where is it? Actually, where the fuck is it? What did I do with this file? I know what the file looks like. I know what this image looks like. Where are you? There it is. Chat. Oh my god. He's a furry? AE gone woke? Oh my god, chat. Since when is AE woke? Chat, I can't believe it. AE's a fucking furry. Holy shit, since when? Chat, since when is AE a furry? I can't believe the woke mind virus got AE. What if there was a redeem that made this image show up at like 10% transparency for 3 seconds? That would be very funny. It would also destroy my footage. This game did a lot of things to a lot of people growing up. No, I can tell this game did a lot of things to a lot of people, and I'm very here for it. I'm extremely here for it. Chat, I can't believe that AE is woke.
That's a good boy. Now, you need to listen to what I say from now on. Ah, look, how lovely. The black clouds of Twilight are so fetching today. I feel so much more at ease here. And you look so much better like this than in those dusty old clothes anyway. So, let's get going.
Yeah, this game did some things to some people. Oh, hello there, buddy. Fuck you. You learned the youth scent.
See, isn't being a wolf more convenient? Now use X to hone your senses. You've begun to reawaken as a wolf, I think.
There we go. The Linkle mod makes Midnight call the player a good girl instead. That's cute. That's definitely cute. I am admittedly very fond of like trans mask and Link headcanons just because it's so easy to like look at him, the fact that he tends to like have a shorter build and a lot of his like more androgynous or feminine design elements and go, yeah, that's a trans boy. But like all my love to people who headcanon the opposite or who use like the Linkle mod and whatnot for their own affirmation. Ultimately, I love that we have room and space in our lives to engage with headcanon and to express ourselves. I think that's beautiful. I think it's fun. I'm trying to remember how I do the thing again, because I don't remember. I don't remember how you do the thing for these enemies. I don't remember how I deal with these. Okay, I genuinely do not remember how I deal with these enemies. How do I do this? Because they will just keep coming back to life. You had to press and hold a button with lock on active, but I don't remember which one. I do not remember either. I do not remember. I believe you hold the B button? Okay. Death. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is B button. Cool. One sec. Oh, alright. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What's this? That's strange. The bridge is gone. I wonder if this is the work of those shadow creatures. Ugh, what a pain. Oh well, let's look for it. The yellow arrow marks where you are. You knew that, right? Whenever you destroy creatures from the darkness, a portal opens that looks like this on the map. You hear me? It's called a portal. You'd better remember that. And in those woods we came through, yep, it's gotta be around there. I'll use my powers to take you to the location of the open portal. Pick where you want to go.
My brain was stuck on weak controls. You're totally fine, I promise.
See, I told you, we're here. You know, most people can't leave the Twilight that easily. You'd better be grateful.
Welcome back, Darkwood Rider. God, I want a quesadilla.
It's your job to look for the bridge. Look hard.
Alright, I also desperately need health. I'm going to save real quick. Alright, I have no idea what they mean by look for the bridge, but I guess we'll look for the bridge. There's still putting meat inside it? Fuck you. I'll do whatever I want to my quesadillas. I'll put whatever I want in my quesadillas. You can't stop me. Why is the queso dill flavored? Hi, Moth. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. So for the record, I've been told by many of the Latin American and Hispanic folk in my chat that I'm making quesadillas incorrectly. In that I am filling them and pan grilling them. And apparently that's not right. Apparently that is incorrect, as I have been so informed. I would love a heart. Please? Nope, I'm not allowed to have health chat. There's a whole quesadilla debate thing? Really? Fascinating.
Hello, Grumlark, and welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing tonight? It's so lovely to see you. Mods, can we get a shout out? I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I am a loud anarchist, a punk, a leftist. Y'all know the drill. We're currently playing some Twilight Princess, having a good time. We were doing some DIY shenanigans earlier. It's been a nice night. I hope everyone here is doing absolutely incredible. And if you're not, I will bite you. I will sink my teeth into your everything. You look very tasty. You should let me bite you. Hope everyone's having an incredible night. I am, admittedly, starting to feel the fatigue, especially as sickness. I might be sick. But had a very okay time. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. What were y'all up to tonight? I might be a little bit sick right now. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you need a little bit of vor as a treat, okay? Sometimes you just need a little bit of vor as a treat. If the bridge being gone is the handiwork of shadow creatures, then they likely left it somewhere. Alright. I'm just looking around for like any... I'm just moving through the area hoping something will happen. Gonna go eat, of course. Make sure you take care of yourself first and foremost. I want to fluff E's tail a bit. I will bite. You can try, but I will bite. But no, you take care, Eileen. All the best. Also, you're supposed to use komal, which you may know as a hot plate. Use the cheese fat to heat the tortilla. Listen, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Fuck me. I'm just a little guy who wants my quesadilla. I'm kind of mispronouncing it just for the bit at this rate. I think it was hard to miss. Fuck. I'm doing my hardest. Chat, I'm trying so hard right now. Okay. But no, like, I recognize there's apparently a separate term for when you put things other than just cheese in there, but also, I don't know. It's how I've been referring to it my whole life. Rough time fighting up the illness, indeed. I'm gonna be so honest, like, I have been feeling increasingly sick all day, but I'm pushing through regardless. I really love streaming and content creation, and it's a big part of my life, so I definitely do not want to ever end streams early or cancel unless I have to. So I'm currently doing the thing where I'm, like, pushing myself way too hard, but it's because it's out of love, you know? Alright, still haven't found the supposed missing bridge. Not what I'm looking for, okay. Still have not found it. Gonna conk out to get well? Of course, of course. Or rather, I will eventually conk out to get well. I do have really, really big project on play right now though, so I cannot afford to sleep. As far as I understand it, as I understand it, the definition of quesadilla changes regionally. That doesn't surprise me. Welcome to food. That's just kind of a thing with food and culture. Like, it does... Okay, here we go.
it does change depending place to place, you know. You're doing fine. I suffered like this too. See, I have to finish a video essay in the next week, so like, you know. You know. I can't afford to be sick right now.
Wow, it's perfect, don't you think? What do you think? Should we take it? Good little obedient wolf.
Not what I wanted to do.
Oh shit.
There we go. Thank you for the follow. Bye bye bye. There will also be an ad hitting in about a minute, folks. I do apologize. Twitch does force me to run ads. You'll know the drill. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour. I might grab a snack, even though I'm gonna eat right after stream.
Good little obedient wolf.
Oh, I'm in the game. Oh, real. Nah, the game's not too much struggle. I'm just a little bit disorientated on account of illness. Y'all understand. I'm sure we've all been there once or twice in our lives. If someone called you their good little obedient wolf, do you think you'd mail them a pipe bomb? Yes. He needs to finish the script or he has to admit to being cute. Yeah, I'm not cute. I'm actually ferocious and horrifying and you should fear me. Of course, Potato, enjoy your lurk. Bye-bye-bye. Get some good sleep. But no, see, I'm not cute. I'm horrifying and a bastard and you should be scared of me. I'd stab someone over that. Me too.
See? Just as I thought. So, isn't the power of Twilight amazing? Call me if you need the power again. It should help you find what we're looking for, don't you think? Alright, let's keep going.
So what I'm learning from this is I need to pay more attention to when things seem noticeably out of place. Because they're probably, like, important. Especially if I need to be moving things from location to location like that regularly. Damn, can a guy not get help around here? Is the guy not allowed any heals? Thank you, finally. Alright, suppose we keep following our paths. Sir can't be scared of you when you have that waist. Too busy thinking with the wrong heads. It's not my fault that I have a slutty boy waist. Alright, so this is currently blocked off, and we need some sort of key. Actually, we can dig through there. No heal, only bite, only bite.
Huh. What are they doing there? This is a pretty elaborate gate. Or are they... what are they trying to keep in? Or out? I bet it'll be worth our while to dig in.
It is exclusively your fault for that waste. Yeah, absolutely. What did I do to deserve this, huh? There we go. Suffer. This game does give me like Wolf Link gives me such gender envy, honestly. Wolf Link gives me so much gender envy. Thank you for the Bark Boy Bark JM for the ARP! 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 I just feel the need to remind people every now and then that if you've ever ordered merch from me, and it's merch that I've, like, you know, handled and shipped myself, I know where you live. Chat. If you've ever ordered, for example, my patches or anything of that nature, I know where you live. Fucking hell, please. Let me grab all of you. Why are you so mean to me? I'm back down to 1 heart, and I only... These guys deal an entire HP of damage. Oh my god. I'm going to cry. Hello, Audrey. Welcome on in. Bark for Bite Fight. Chat, I'm mad about that. Chat, I'm a little bit mad about that. Technically, you only know my mailing address. True. But for most of you, it's where you live. Oh, true. If you've ever ordered merch from me, actually, I know where you live. I just thought about this. I hate these enemies so much. Why are they such pack animals? It's horrible. Okay, come on. I need you to all, like, do something. Alright, alright. Can I get all of you to circle in on one location, please? That'd be nice. I need to get all of you into one spot, please. I'm going to cry. Order no, come get me, fucker. Chat, I hate this. Yeah, so it only allows me to do the thing for so long, which is very irritating. Okay, that counted, thank God. That's very irritating. Thank you for the hydrant, Queen Ramen. Arrrrrrrah. I think I figured out the mechanic at this point. To the hero that was transformed into a blue-eyed beast, in the realm of shadows, in Twilight. This way. Gonna skedaddle, of course, JM, all the best. Arrrrrrrah. I am the spirit of light. Hero, chosen by the gods. Look for my light. Gather the light stolen by the shadows into this. Doing quite well, Queen Ramen. We had some chill DIY hours earlier. We're enjoying our time with Twilight Princess. I'm a little bit under the weather, a little bit sick, but we're doing our best. We have a vessel of light again. The insects of darkness. They are the form taken by the evil that attached itself to my sacred light.
In this shadowy twilight, the shadow insects are invisible, much as the people from your light world are. With the last of my power, let me mark your map with the locations of the tears that have turned into shadow insects. But be careful, the darkness now haunts you.
Alright. Beautiful. Chat, it's time to commit murder. Ooh. Dig. My small town canceled their pride event, so I'm organizing a protest. Shit. I'm so sorry they did that. I hope the protest goes well. Fuck them for that. Alright, how do I get on top of this? Let's see, let's see. Yeah, I don't suppose we can just open the door. Okay, there we go.
Hey, you can climb up here.
Guess I'm on a watch streak? Hell yeah, winning. There we go.
Time to murderize some people.
Specifically some bugs. Not what I wanted? Alright, there we go. Where are you? Are they not here? Alright.
They've got to be hiding somewhere, waiting for their helpless little prey to come out. Then they'll feast.
We are safe as long as we remain here, child. Be at ease. Oh yeah, I wonder if the monsters out there agree with you. They sure didn't seem impressed by my bombs. How long do you think we can hold this sanctuary against beasts that strong, huh?
Once they attack, it's over. Remember the lady from the general store? Just one of those things attacked her, and a whole gang from town went to save her. And what happened? She was already gone, and there were 2 monsters waiting. Are you connecting the dots? That means if we get attacked by them, then we'll be...
Barnes.
Look, Ronaldo, all I mean to say is that it's risky here, too. Hey, you got some place we can hide?
There is a cellar.
What? You've got a cellar? Where's the entrance, man?
The entrance to the cellar is designed to open when all of the candles have been lit. I would not do that.
When Father instructed me to secure the cellar, I saw insects like the beasts outside. Don't cry, Beth. It'll be okay. Link is coming to save us all. I can feel it.
Oh, I did not like that. Yeah, it's really hard to tell who's talking in this game, I will say. That is one of my critiques of it.
These kids knew you'd come save them. What an aunt, what a hero. How sad to be right in front of someone and not be noticed at all. You are chosen by the gods, and only that keeps you from turning into a spirit, or worse, into a dark monster when you enter Twilight. And no one knows what you have done, and you may be doomed to toil in obscurity forever. You're the type to worry about everything, I can tell. But don't fret over Princess Zelda. She chose the state of affairs after all. Anyway, what's with having to light candles to get into the basement? Not very subtle, is it? So what are you going to do now, my lonely little hero?
Having an off-screen character start talking just makes dialogue feel unanchored. Oh, absolutely. It's like, how do I say? I recognize what they're trying to do with it, and it would work if they literally just had like some kind of dialogue tag. How do I light the candles? Because I don't really see anything I can grab in here. Hello, Azu. How are you doing? Barbara, bye-bye. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Oh, stick. Got it. Okay. Stick does not like when I do that. Not what I wanted. How do I do this? Oh, there we go. Alright, alright, alright. There we go. Just woke up, 6 a.m. Artist like commission, finished commission. Remember everyone, if you can have fun, tip the artist because they're godsend. Absolutely! No, we appreciate folks who tip their artists. It's only happened to me a few times, but it's always an honor. The only thing better, chat, than stick is stick with fire. It's not what I wanted. There we go. That wasn't too hard. I feel like there's gotta be something more down here, because, like, this is fancy.
How about that? Looks like you can climb the scaffolding.
Okay, yeah, so this is just our way out. What about stick in a really cool shape? I still think stick with fire is cooler. Stick with fire is, like, really cool, you know? Big fan of stick with fire. Or are we in a great... I love the way the Zelda series makes use of graveyards as, like, settings and whatnot. I love that, like, in every one that I've played, there has been some sort of graveyard, and it's utilized very fascinatingly. Alright, there is apparently one in here. There you are. Good graveyards in these games, absolutely. Hear me out, cool shape stick with fire? You might be onto something with that. You might have me with that one. Cool shape stick with fire? That goes pretty hard. There's no people around here, which is so interesting to me. This feels like a spot where there should be people. Damn, just heals. I like how I'm only getting heals when I don't need them. I'm not getting heals when they're actually useful, just when I don't need them. Alright. What do we got going on over here? Oh, hello there, buddy. Why do you sound like a storm alert? Kind of horrific, I like it. General store. Dealing in everything from housewares to gently used items. Alright, I'm gonna guess it's inside here. Also, the commission kind of blew up on Twitter, getting over 100k views. Some people saying they want to see the look. Hey, yo! I mean, hey! We love getting attention. Must be some good art, then. I fuck with that. Congratulations. Oh. No, I would be amazed and shocked to see a piece of art I make ever get like that level of viewership, like a drawing or something of that nature. I know I've gotten that many views on like video essays and whatnot, but the thought of like a drawing or something of that sort getting that much attention would be incredible to me. Perhaps one of these days. It's in here somewhere. There you are. Perish. Yours amazing, definitely deserve that one of these days. I'm not quite there yet, but one of these days. I would be honored. I do think it's really funny how conveniently the house, or how often the houses of people in the Zelda universe are just conveniently weird. Conveniently weird house for the plot, chat. Got a house that's a little quirky for the plot. Gotta make sure the house is just weird enough that the hero can inevitably get inside of it, you know? Where are you? There you are. I suppose you can consider that just normal video game stuff. Regardless, I think it's funny, you know? I like the little idiosyncrasies of the series quite a bit. It's silly. Okay. I'm not seeing anything of note or interest. Or rather, I'm not finding quite yet a way into that area. So I am going to move on to a different building. I am also, to be fair, what we in the business call eepy sneepy. Chat, I have been getting a little bit disappointed with myself for how, like, early I've been getting eepy, and I know it's because I've been waking up earlier lately, but like, oh, I wanna not need sleep. Chat, I think I deserve to not require rest. I think it'd be really cool if I didn't need to sleep. I would give anything to be able to just exist without needing to sleep ever. That'd be great. That'd be peak, you know? I'd be so happy if I never had to sleep again. There's a lot of buildings here that I'm struggling to find ways into. I do want to go and check this other path back here. My buddy seems stuck on 10 a.m. and it sucks. If only. Same, if I didn't need rest, I would be unstoppable. Exactly. Like, if I didn't need to sleep, I could just pull all-nighters constantly and, like, never have to lose momentum. The like needing to wake up and find momentum for projects and whatnot is horrible. I would love to never sleep. That'd be amazing. So much less lost momentum. Okay, can't get through here. Got it. Oh, big stretch while I'm at it. Big stretch. Oh, I hate that I'm getting sleepy. I hate that re-engage. It's really frustrating having to, like, get myself back in the headspace to make stuff after, you know, taking a break to sleep or even to eat. But, like, at least eating breaks can be relatively short. You don't really get that with, like, taking a break to sleep. That is an extended period of time where you have to fully step away from the thing, and I hate it. It's horrible. It's the worst, actually. I'd be so much more productive if I didn't have to sleep. Should go to sleep since I've woken up at 3 in the morning. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. Absolutely, absolutely, please take care of yourself. Alright, fucking storm alert sounding ass. How do I get in here? Huh. Good night, Audrey. All the best. Bye bye. Yeah, thunderstorms do suck. Get some good rest, okay? Take care of yourself. Come on, buddy. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. I have returned. No worries. Welcome back, Darkwood. Please take care of yourself first and foremost, though. If you need more rest, get more rest, please. I definitely don't want folks hurting themselves for my sake. Okay, so we can go up this way, apparently. Looks like the path's impassable, but I can get you up to it if you want to go.
Why do I have to stand guard? The ladder's destroyed, so it's not like any humans will come up. What is it with the elders? If we have a problem the humans can help with, we should ask. It's better than suffering for the sake of our pride. There we go. Alright. No, I don't know how people function in the mornings. I want so desperately to be someone who like wakes up and works at peak efficiency all the time, but it is a difficult ask. It is frankly just not possible for most people. Not what I wanted. I'm doing my best to try and figure out how to make it work though. Where'd it go? There you are. Fuck you. Alright, well at least we got one of the things. Okay, okay. In the video, when you talk about having a natural burial, when your time comes, what exactly do you mean? A burial without a casket, or anything of that sort. Just buried directly in the ground with as little between me and the earth as possible. It's Death Mountain. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Oh, I'm not fond of that. God damn it, okay. Wait, are you somehow from out there fucking me up? He's not in the arena! Wait, okay, okay. Sir, I hate you. How do I get back through here? Even. This is horrible. Okay. Fuck. There, alright, I hated that. Used to go straight to work within 15 minutes of waking up. Yeah, I honestly do that still very regularly, and I wouldn't recommend it. It's bad. It's not good. It's really, really not good for you. Would recommend against.
Let's see. I'm exploring right now. Trying to figure out what's going on with the death. Oh, it's raining fire at Death Mountain. That about tracks. They do. Oh. Huh. Should have seen that one coming, maybe. Alright, where can I go from here? What does this open up to me? Okay. Fuck. Come on. There you go. Oh, this is not going well, chat. Okay. Alright, I'm figuring it out, maybe, hopefully. Probably. Oh, hi there, buddy.
Another fumarole, and once again it's in the worst possible place.
Love the sound design of the Twilight creatures. It's very good. Gotta get into bed, but bed comfy. Real. I want to be in bed soon, chat. Chat, I want to lay down. I suppose this path is impassable now. Alright, the game's forcing me to go down this way, so... Alright, is the guide, is the thing... Oh, there you are. I see you. Alright, we got the thing, we got the guy. We got the bug. There's one more in this area and I have no clue where it is. And that's fine. Huh. No? Whatever text prompt showed up there is not showing up again. Cool. So is Lincoln Hot Springs to relax? I got attacked, or is he doing the pest control? We're doing the pest control. There's no rest for the wicked, don't you know? Haven't you heard? There's no rest for the wicked. Not sure if I'm supposed to be here. Okay. Alright. Where is it? Oh. There it is. Nope. There we are. Hello, Dragon Wolf. How are you doing? Aurora. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're chilling, we're yapping, we're playing some Twilight Princess. How are you? It is a pleasure to see you, as it always is. Alright. So now I can no longer put off trying to figure out how to get into those buildings. Beautiful. Did Incredible made the regrettable decision to see the state of modern Apex? Good luck to you. Not a game I have any experience with or desire to get into, but I wish you all the best. Not to shame anyone who engages with media of that sort. I personally cannot imagine being invested in it just for my own like free time and mental health. Ultimately, you do you. That is again not to shame anyone who finds enjoyment in those sorts of games. I think I would perish. It's a very addicting gameplay loop, but so many things are just not good. Which again, completely fair. I'm not going to tell anyone how to spend their time. I have no business doing so. Oh, Chad, I'm so smart. Flammable. Lantern strictly prohibited. Huh. Fascinating. Oh, fuck off. There we go. That is trespassing, AE? Chat, I've illegally trespassed before. I don't know if that's surprising to anyone. I don't know if this is like a new character trait y'all are learning about me. I don't care about the law. I have trespassed before. I have like photos of some friends and I trespassing in some like abandoned buildings and some under construction buildings as well. Lol them out. I'd be surprised if you hadn't exactly. This is a fully expected AE activity. Hello there, buddy. Where'd you go? That sounds like a French horn. I don't know if it's specifically a French horn, but very much sounds like a French horn. What? I thought AE was a perfect law-abiding citizen. Never. Okay, what do I need to do to progress? Oh, I see what I need to do. Do I have a stick? Pick up. Stick.
Huh? What did you do? Sorry, but as romantic as this is, I'm not gonna stay here with you. I'm getting out. Hey, if you don't hurry up and get out,
I can't even say it. Okay, okay. Isn't Halloween a day when we kind of encourage illegal trespassing? No! No! That's not what trespassing is. Good thing AE for the band recommendations from way earlier. Check some of them out when I was trying to sleep and confirm my ears been blessed. You're welcome. Big punk enjoyer. Love me some folk punk, love me some ska punk, love me just some fucking punk. Punk is my everything.
I don't suppose there's any nicer way to hunt these things, huh? Well, you had to sacrifice someone's house to find tears of light, but that's how the cookie crumbles, right?
I'm definitely feeling my energy fade as we're getting towards the end of stream. We got about 10 minutes left before I clock out for the night, but hee hee. I'm so happy to bring people into the fold with some of my punk bullshit. It's a good music, a good community, a good subculture. There's so much fucking change that we are fighting to create. Punk gives me purpose and hope in life. And I'm happy to give folks some good music to listen to, if nothing else. Teehee. Punk is amazing. Punk is my everything. Left for a moment, but I'm back with Soda. Hell fucking yeah, Zelda. Hell fucking yeah. Alright, seems like there's one last one in this building somewhere. There we go. Gotta dig here. Alright, now where are you, little bug? It's gonna be in this corner of the room? There you are. Easy. Beautiful. Maybe very chatty? I might not be very chatty, but I'm here to spread the fops. And you're appreciated, Zelda. I hope you know that. No obligation to be here all the time. I appreciate every shred of support. It means the world. Oh, the Eepy Sneepy wants to take me so badly. Oh, chat. Ugh, I want to pull an all-nighter tonight, but the Eepy, it's coming for me. The Eepy is coming for me. Interesting. I wonder how we get over there. Huh. I'm definitely getting some inklings and inclinations. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do there. I'm definitely getting some inklings and inclinations on how we get the others. But I don't know how we get to that one spot. Uno passing, dos passing, trespassing. Wait, that's so good. Wait, that's amazing. Drinking energy drink after getting off my night shift at work, so I'm pulling an all-nighter. Enjoy! I wish that, like, caffeine actually made it impossible for me to sleep. It definitely makes me a bit more alert, but it does not keep me awake, you know? Fuck! That's very annoying, because I have to go through that whole, like, rigmarole again to get back up there. Bruh. Okay. Unfortunate.
Let's see if we can get it this time. Please? Please be nice to me, video game. I'd like it if you were nice to me. Hey, video game, please be nice. I'm gonna cry. What if I cried? Chat, what if I shed a tear? What then? Chat, what if I just started crying? Cry for us? Wow. Are you flirting with me? Also, Lakin, sorry for not coming to you asking for T-Shot yesterday. I wanted to record some B-roll for my next video, so I ended up doing my shot on my own. I forgot to let you know. I'm using it for B-roll. Oopsie. There we go. Okay. Okay, how do I push this? No, work with me here. There we go. Had moons most recently, and it was so disorientated realizing it was the hormones causing it. It was so weird because I had a week recently where I forgot to do my injection. And I definitely felt different, but not in the ways I guess expected. Like it wasn't all that grandly different. I just felt a little bit less energized. Like it was very clear that my body was dealing with stuff that it wasn't used to. Hello, Reki, how are you doing? Waves at you, hi! Hope you're doing well, you're coming in towards the tail end. I'm only gonna be live for a few more minutes because the EP Sneepy is starting to take me, but I hope you're doing good. Hi. I really miss going for like longer streams, but recently I've been hitting the 6-hour mark and like passing the hell out because I've been so fucking tired. But it's so nice to say hello, how are you? Bark for my bite. Feel off when I forget, but usually takes me 2 weeks to figure out what's up. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Got a killer migraine, but third day without my shot, so I might be taking some slightly stronger stuff. So fair. Please take care of yourself first and foremost. Whatever taking care of yourself means for you. We're all individual people whose bodies function differently, and we need to take care of ourselves as best. Glad I could at least stop by the video stream. Yeah, I'm so sorry, folks, that I haven't been going for like 7 or 8 hours lately. I've been missing it. Ooh, surprise for me in DMs? Fuck yeah! So Lyrie recently went through and did Portuguese captions for a most recent video essay, which I need to get uploaded to YouTube. Figure out how I do that in a little bit, but that's so cool. Thank you so much. Really wanted to get to stream and say hi and stuff. Yee! I would love to chat with you properly sometime. I've just been all over the place. I'm sure you know how it goes. People be busy and overwhelmed. But it's so lovely to see you. I can boost my DM? Absolutely. Yeah, feel free. I be warned I'm bad at responding to things, but it's so lovely to see you. Thank you so much, Lyrie, for doing that. It means the world. I'm gonna start finding a raid target because I feel like I'm about to fall asleep at my desk, but I bark and I bite. Let me see who all is on. Who all do I got?
What friends do I have who are live? Ah, rah, rah, rah. I got a lot of friends who are on. There's too many of them. Chat, too many of my friends are live right now. You know, I haven't rated this person in a while. We can say hi to Pengi. I haven't said hi to Pengi in a bit. Why do you not show up when I type up your username? Or do you have raids turned off? Alright, looks like I can't raid Pengi. This is so sad. Apologies, folks. Usually it does not take me this long to find a raid target. When's the last time I raided Code? We could say hello to Code. Alright. I think we're gonna say hello to Code Channel. Chat, I will next be live. When am I gonna next to be live? I'm gonna next be live on Wednesday at 7 p.m. EST if things go to plan. Be warned, I'm gonna be putting a lot of my energy this week into YouTube stuff. So if I do cancel any streams, or if streams are a bit shorter than usual, or if I'm a little inconsistent, that's probably why. I'm gonna go take a nap and then try to lock in on YouTube shit. But if I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Take care of yourselves. It was really fun DIYing with y'all. Thank you everyone for putting up with my dumbass as always and for hanging out with me. Thank you for the good yaps, the good chats. It is always a pleasure. Everything y'all do, it means the world. See y'all again sometime in the near future. Alright? Sorry that I keep getting fucking eepy at the end of streams. I hate it. I hate how eepy I get.